What are we gonna do tonight, OCG?
Well, the same thing we try to do every night, Bertram. Take over YouTube.
Please note, OCG is a fictional character. Any resemblance to persons alive, dead, or undead is purely coincidental.
Shut up, Bertram.
Okay, shutting up.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / fucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our live stream for Insert Game Title Here. So let me just begin by saying that this stream was made for children. I mean, not made for children. So, Mum and Dad, if you decide to show this to your children, maybe mute the audio. Now, let's commence with the profanity-strewn livestream that contains references to sex, mutilation, and torture. Ha ha ha! I'm only kidding. There is no torture. This stage is based on Castlevania, like I said, Jaws, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, Friday the 13th, not the recent one, the 1980s one. Lots of nostalgia all wrapped up in this little package, and not one, not two, but technically 3 video games. You can discover what the third one is once you pick the game up for yourself, which I highly recommend you do. Pick it up right now and give ABGN your money, because maybe then he'll say it's thanks to me and want to employ me on his channel, or maybe take me on as a comedy writer, because after all, I am fucking hilarious, aren't I, Bertram? Shut up, Bertram. So, in conclusion, I declare that Angry Video Game Nerd 1 and 2 Deluxe is splendid. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My totally not biased review for Angry Video Game Nerd 1 and 2 Deluxe. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to play a video game that looks like it was designed by a teenager back in the 1990s, masturbating with one hand whilst creating the game in the other on a PC running Windows 95? You do? Well, have I got the game for you? Awakening of Cthulhu. Do you want to play a video game that does not feature beautifully designed backgrounds, but rather has backgrounds that are nothing but pixelated nonsense? You do? Well, do I have the video game for you? Awakening of Cthulhu. Do you want to play a video game that only has 2 boss fights? And trust me when I say, I use the term boss fights very, very loosely. You do? Well, Christmas has come early for you, because I've got the video game for you. Awakening of Cthulhu. Do you want to play a video game that takes less time to complete than it takes me to get to the bathroom, undo my trousers, drop the trousers to the ground, and then sit down on the seat? You do? Well, once again do I have the video game for you, Awakening of Cthulhu. Do you want to play a video game where you basically go from left to right, doing nothing but slashing away at enemies with your cane like an old man with a grudge? You do? Well, I've got the video game for you. Awakening of Cthulhu. Do you want to play a platformer that doesn't so much feature platforms, but rather just black lines on the screen that your character can jump on? You do? Well, have I got the video game for you? Awakening of Cthulhu. Right, I think I've milked that joke for all it's worth. So, what is this video game? Well, you can see it here. What did I think of this video game? My tone should tell you absolutely everything I thought about this game. Do I recommend this video game? Not a chance in a donkey dick inside a cuddly grizzly bear in hell. Do I recommend this game? Even if it's on sale. Even if it's on a deep sale. Do I recommend this game? In fact, I think now that you've watched this review, this is probably the most entertainment you can get from this game, so you don't have to buy the game, do you? Wait a minute, Bertram, what's the name of this game again?
Something Cthulhu, something.
Damn it! I should have said the title of the video game a lot more in the review so I could remember what it was called by the end of the review. Cthulhu... Bum of Cthulhu... No, I don't think it was called that. Ass of Cthulhu... No, it wasn't called that. Scrotum of Cthulhu... No. Damn it! Looks like I forgot the name of the game. Well, if you enjoyed this little review for this game whose name I can't remember, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Boobs of Cthulhu? No, I don't think it was called that either. Bin of Cthulhu? No.
The Book of
Last, but most certainly not least, Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon was released earlier this year, and is, you guessed it, an origin story of sorts for the witch Bayonetta.
Oh, does that mean we have to see Uncle Ben get killed again?
That's Spider-Man's origin story, you pillock.
Oh, yeah. So what is this game about?
I'm so glad you asked, Bertram, you beautiful bastard. Set 600 years before the events of the first Bayonetta, Cereza and the Lost Demon sees us playing as a much younger and far less attractive version of Bayonetta as she teams up with a demon to save her mother. To do that, they must venture into a very scary forest and, destroy 4 elemental orbs or some bollocks. Of course, there's a lot more to the story than that, but I guess you're going to have to play the game for yourselves to find out what. So, what else can I tell you about this bloody game? Well, firstly, this is a Nintendo Switch exclusive again, so if you don't own a Nintendo Switch, then, well, I guess it sucks to not be a real gamer. I mean, a real gamer owns each and every single gaming console that has ever or will ever be released.
But you don't own a Panasonic.
Shut up, Bertram. Now, like I already said earlier, this is a prequel to the original Bayonetta, which means it takes place before the original Bayonetta.
Oh!
It was released on March 17th, 2023,
Oh!
and is once again developed by those talented bastards at Platinum Games.
Oh!
Must you do that, Bertram?
Do what?
Go, oh, every time I say something about this game.
You don't want me to do that?
Obviously.
So what should I say?
Nothing. Say nothing.
Okay.
So, what makes this game different to the others in the franchise, if you haven't already noticed, is the fact you control not just Cereza, but also Cheshire at the same time.
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
Why are you saying nothing?
Because you told me to.
When?
Before, I asked you what should I say when you give information about the game, and you said, say nothing.
I didn't mean say the word nothing. You know what? Never mind.
OCG, I'm confused again.
No, there's really nothing to be confused about, Bertram. We are homosexuals. That means we occasionally like to...
No, I'm not confused about that. I'm confused about the game's story again. What the hell happened? I didn't understand it at all.
Because once again you were sleeping whilst I was streaming the game.
Yes?
Fine. For the last time, I will recap the story the best way I know how. Badly. So, 600 years before the first Bayonetta game, a far less attractive Bayonetta is led into the forbidden Avon Forest.
Avalon Forest.
Avalon Forest by a blonde boy in a mask who Bayonetta just so happens to have seen in her dreams. Oh, and prior to this, Bayonetta was exiled from her home because her mother had sex with a lemon sage.
Lumen Sage.
Lumen sage. So anyway, in the woods, Bayonetta is attacked by a group of men dressed up as fairies and summons a demon to kick the fairies' asses. But the demon ends up possessing Bayonetta's stuffed cat Cheshire.
Just like The Exorcist?
Kind of, but with less projectile vomiting and masturbating with crucifixes. Anyway, Bayonetta and Cheshire set out on a quest to save Bayonetta's mother and send Cheshire back to where he came from for... reasons.
You don't know? Didn't you just play this?
Shut up, Bertram. I was looking at my penis. I mean, my telephone at that part. Anyway, Bayonetta and Cheshire journey through the woods, following a strange white wolf.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe the white wolf laid fucking golden eggs and Bayonetta had a plan to steal them and sell them at market. Just let me recap this as badly as I can. We haven't got all night. So, for most of the game, you follow the tracks of the white wolf, which may or may not lay golden eggs. Now, while our characters are doing this, they also destroy 4 elemental cores for reasons, and Bayonetta and the demon inside Cheshire become the best of friends.
Oh.
Stop that, Bertram. Anyway, eventually, you'll figure out that the blonde boy in the mask is actually our villain, and he combines with the white wolf thing, and you fight him and win, I think. But then Morgana appears and reveals that she...
Wait, who was Morgana?
Shit! I forgot to mention that part. Well, when Bayonetta was banished, she was taken in by Morgana, who taught her how to do witch things and whatever. Anyway, the blonde boy in the mask is actually her son, and Morgana is actually the game's final boss. So you beat her, the demon inside Cheshire goes home, and Bayonetta says something heroic or something. The end.
OCG, now I'm even more confused about the story.
Tough. Upon release, this game received very good reviews, with lesser-known gaming sites like IGN awarding the game a 9 out of 10. But as you already know, dear viewers, and as I've already told you 4 times in this very retrospective, I could care less what other gaming sites think about a game. All that matters is what I think. And I think that Bayonetta Origins is, pardon my Spanish, fucking fantastic.
That's not Spanish.
Shut up, Bertram. Long story short, I bloody love this game. It's sweet, funny, emotional, exciting, action-packed, and above all, fun. It might not be as arousing as the other Bayonetta games, but I won't hold that against it.
Because you just load up one of the other Bayonetta games and have a fondle?
You're damn right, Bertram. So, while I'm doing that, why don't you go and watch our hilarious review for Bayonetta Origins, which, along with the reviews for Bayonetta 1, Bayonetta 2, Bayonetta 3, will also be in the description for this very video. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our full-blown retrospective on the Bayonetta series of video games. If you enjoyed this little video of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Bayonetta originally released in 2009. A year I remember fondly as the year I had an illicit affair with a warlock, which is a witch with a penis, in case you didn't know. Let's just say he did more than put a spell on me. Ha ha.
I don't get it.
Never mind, Bertram. So, you're probably wondering what the hell is Bayonetta?
Actually, I'm still trying to figure out what you meant by did more than put a spell on me.
He tickled my poopo, okay? Anyway, Bayonetta was the first game to release in the very popular Bayonetta series of video games. A series I myself absolutely bloody adore. And not just because it features the sexiest video game character in existence.
Sexier than Barry Burton?
Let me rephrase that. Bayonetta is the second sexiest video game character in existence. But though his name also starts with the letter B, Barry Burton is no Bayonetta. For a start, Bayonetta is a woman, and Senior Burton is a man, just in case you hadn't noticed.
And what a man he is!
Oh, indeed, Bertram, indeed. Headier than a gorilla snatch, and twice as attractive.
Who would you say is the third sexiest video game character of all time?
Oh, Cloud Strife, of course.
Yes.
Especially in the remake. When he's dressed up like a woman, ooh la la.
Oh, indeed. I must have watched that scene about 275 times.
Oh yes, I would do things to that man that would.
Remember we're still recording, OCG.
Ah, shit. Anyway, did I ever tell you, Bertram, that I once met Bayonetta at a convention?
No.
Well, I say I met Bayonetta. I actually met a very overweight chap dressed up as Bayonetta.
Oh, you said I looked amazing!
Oh, would you hate me if I told you I was lying?
Yes?
Well, in that case, you looked amazing, Bertram. Ha ha!
So what is this game about again?
I'm so glad you asked, Bertram, you beautiful bastard. Like I said, we play as the sexiest witch since the Wicked Witch of the West posed for Playboy in 1932.
Did Playboy exist in 1932?
Of course it did. I'll never forget the center spread they had of Minnie Mouse in the December issue that year. Oh my. She had a marvelous mouse home.
Oh, I didn't know Disney characters posed nudes.
Oh yes. I have a wonderful signed picture of Donald with his duck out. Anyway, in this game, we must stop a god from being resurrected or some such nonsense. The story is just an excuse for us to kick lots of ass. And kick lots of ass we do.
Maybe it will be helpful if you recap the story for all of our disloyal viewers.
Oh, fine.
And maybe do it in an amusing accent.
Don't push it. So, here is Bayonetta 1, recapped. Badly. So, in the world of Bayonetta, players follow the story of a sassy and stylish witch named, you guessed it, Bayonetta, who battles angelic forces as she unravels the mysteries of her past. Anyway, when Bayonetta awakens from a 500-year slumber, she finds herself caught in a war between the Umbra Witches and the Lumen Sages. Armed with her magical hair and a pair of fantastic breasts. I mean guns. A pair of fantastic guns strapped to her high heels, she sets out to uncover her forgotten memories while kicking some angelic butts along the way. Now, as Bayonetta navigates through a variety of stunning locations, she encounters eccentric characters and engages in ridiculous battles with her foes. These angelic enemies, however, never stand a chance against Bayonetta and her fantastic pair of breasts. I mean, fantastic pair of pistols and her wicked sense of humor. Throughout her journey, Bayonetta encounters plenty of side characters, including Jeanne, a fellow witch, Luca, a potential love interest, and Cereza, a little girl who is totally not Bayonetta as a little girl. Spoilers, she is. So anyway, you'll go through levels, sexual innuendo, little joke here, Easter egg there. Eventually you figure out your father is the bad guy. Oh my god, didn't see that one coming. You fight your father, who's the bad guy, then you fight a big god thing, save the day, the end.
That was awful, OCG.
Thank you, Bertram. So, what else can I tell you about Bayonetta numero uno?
What does numero uno mean?
Number 1. It means 1.
Oh.
Well, this game was originally released back in 2009, like I already said. It was developed by those talented bastards at Platinum Games. You can play it on the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, Nintendo Wii U, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, Xbox One.
Xbox One.
Yes, Xbox One, PC,
PC.
That's what I said. PC.
It sounds like you're saying PC.
I'm not saying PC. I'm saying PC.
Oh, I see. Anyway, who wrote this game?
A team of talented bastards with names I can't pronounce.
Who directed this game?
A talented bastard with a name I can't pronounce.
Who did the character designs for this game?
A talented bastard with a name I can't pronounce.
Who delivered coffee to the developers each and every day?
A talented bastard with a... No, actually, I can pronounce their name. It's Simon.
Simon.
I don't know his surname.
Oh, shame.
Upon release, made-up gaming sites like IGN awarded the Xbox 360 version of this game a 9.6 out of 10. But as you know, dear viewers, the only opinion I appreciate round here is my own. So what do I think of the game? Well, if I had to describe this game in one word, it would be... moist.
Moist?
Yes, moist.
Why moist?
Because that's what all the horny teenagers out there will be whilst playing this game.
Okay.
So, is this game good? Well, ask the erection I had for the duration of the game's runtime, and he will tell you in a squeaky voice that this game isn't good. It's very good.
Why does he talk with a squeaky voice?
Well, you see, a gypsy put a curse on him.
Oh, I see.
Bayonetta is still as good today as it was 14 years ago. What a unique and stylish combat system. Bayonetta moves like a homicidal ballet dancer.
Oh, I didn't know she was gay.
Homicidal, not homicidal.
Oh.
Watching first name Bayon, surname Etta, summon demons and kick bosses in their nether regions is a sight to behold. And what about the young woman herself? Well, Bayonetta is cheeky and has a sultry confidence that would arouse me if I wasn't a raging whoopsie-daisy. But for all you warm-blooded guys and gals, you might be excited to hear that Bayonetta has a penchant for striking provocative poses. Not only that, but she rides a motorcycle, surfs on missiles, summons giant hair demons to smite her enemies, and even turns into a giant boot thingy.
What?
It makes sense if you play the game. It sounds ridiculous, and, it is, but in the best way. So, Bayonetta 2 originally released in 2014. A year I remember fondly as the year I genetically modified a Venus flytrap to give it breasts, and I named that Venus flytrap.
Audrey 2?
No, I named it Venus flytrap with breasts.
Oh, original.
Shut up, Bertram. So, you're probably wondering what the hell is Bayonetta 2?
No, not really. I think it's fairly obvious.
Shut up, Bertram. Well, Bayonetta 2, also known as The One Bayonetta Got a Haircut, is a sequel to the original Bayonetta. Now, speaking of Bayonetta's haircut, I can't say I admire her hair in this game. It's much too short for my liking. I would be worried I might confuse her for a chap. albeit a very attractive chap with wonderful long legs and an arse that would make even my Uncle Roger drool.
Oh, is he a pervert?
No, he's dead.
Oh.
So, here's a very brief story synopsis. Once again, we play as Bayonetta, and the story this time is mostly about traveling into hell to save your fellow witch, Jean. There is more to it than that, but you can see that for yourself by actually playing the game.
Can I be excused, OCG?
Why?
Well, I was hoping I could go to bed and watch Finding Nemo for the 127th time.
If you even attempt to get out of that chair, Bertram, I am going to set fire to your favorite pair of pajamas.
You wouldn't dare!
Well, I guess you'll just have to sit there and watch me, won't you?
Oh, fine. I hate you.
I hate you too, darling. Now, something I didn't talk about in the Bayonetta 1 section was music. All of the Bayonetta games have fantastic music. Catchy, energetic beats, combining epic orchestral pieces with funky jazz tunes. The music definitely suits the frenetic gameplay of these games. Ha ha!
Ha ha! You said phonetic!
What's funny about that?
Actually, I don't know.
Why do I put up with you?
Probably because I know where the bodies are hidden.
Yes, that's true. So, what else can I tell you about this bloody game? Well, there's a 2-player mode, which you can play if you have a friend, /lover, /cult member. The game was originally available on the Wii U, but you can get it now on the Nintendo Switch.
No PlayStation or Xbox release?
Yes, sadly not, Bertram, sadly not.
Oh, bastards!
Calm down, Bertram. Here, take some deep breaths. Good man. Well, you see, Bertram, Nintendo put up the money for Platinum Games to make Bayonetta 2. So that's why Bayonetta 2 and Bayonetta 3, which we'll talk about soon, that's why they are Nintendo exclusive games.
Oh, but it's just not fair. Why won't Nintendo let Platinum Games port the games?
I don't know, Bertram, and honestly, I mean, what can we do? We're a very small YouTube channel. I mean, what are you gonna do? Kidnap Super Mario and hold him hostage and tell Platinum Games that unless they port Bayonetta 2 and Bayonetta 3 to the PlayStation and the Xbox, you're going to hurt Mario or something?
Actually, that's what I'm going to do.
Wait, Bertram, I was just kidding. Where are you going? Bertram! Bertram! Shit, he's gone.
OCG, I'm confused.
Well, there's nothing to be confused about, Bertram. I'm not wearing trousers because as soon as this video is over, I'm going to cover myself in peanut butter and...
No, I'm not confused about that. I'm confused about this game. What the hell happened in Bayonetta 2? I didn't understand the story at all.
Because you kept falling asleep and missed large chunks of the game when I streamed it?
Yes?
Fine. I'll recap the story the best way I know how. Badly. Now, in Bayonetta 2, our sassy witch heroine returns for another action-packed adventure. This time, venturing into the depths of Inferno to save her friend's soul. Now, after a thrilling opening battle where Bayonetta showcases her epic moves and stunning fashion sense, she finds herself in the city of Vigrid, torn apart by the clash between the realms of Paradiso and Inferno. With her trusty breasts, guns, and her magical hair, she dives headfirst into the chaos and battles hordes of heaven and hell. Accompanied by her newfound friend and motorcycling demon Loki, Bayonetta embarks. Wait a minute, motorcycling? Wait a minute, Bertram, I must have written this story synopsis down incorrectly. I don't recall a bit where Loki motorcycles. Give me a moment. Gotta scrub that bit out. Much better. So, accompanied by her newfound friend Loki, Bayonetta embarks on a journey into the depths of Inferno, all the while dressed in a very revealing costume. Because, well, it wouldn't be Bayonetta without a touch of risque fashion, would it? Ha ha! So eventually you rescue Jean's soul from the depths of Inferno, put it back into her body. You encounter the villain from the first Bayonetta game, but he's young in this game because time travel bollocks. Turns out the villain of this game is actually possessing the villain in the last game, which makes sense, I suppose, but all in all, another fabulous Bayonetta story, and once again ends on a very happy ending. You get to kick the villain's ass and do a pole dancing sequence during the credits. I wish I was kidding about that.
OCG, now I'm even more confused about the story.
Well, tough. Now, upon release, Bayonetta 2 received very good reviews from fake gaming websites like IGN, who awarded the game a 9.5 out of 10. But as you know, dear viewers, I could care less what fake gaming sites think about video games. All that matters is what I think. And I think that Bayonetta 2 is, pardon my French, bloody fantastic.
That's not French.
Shut up, Bertram. Long story short, I bloody love this game. The music is fantastic, the game has more action than a nymphomaniac's bedroom, and most importantly, like I already said, there's a pole dancing sequence during the end credits. Haha. Well, what are you waiting for? Go and play this game right bloody now. There's no excuse not to. Oh, and why don't you go and watch our hilarious review for Bayonetta 2 after you have watched this retrospective, of course. I'll put a little link to our previous Bayonetta reviews in the description of this very video. Wait a minute, who is that, Bertram? Is that Super Mario?
I told you I'd do it. Now Nintendo will have to allow Platinum Games to port Bayonetta 2 and 3 to the PS5 and Xbox.
Oh shit! Mamma mia! Bayonetta 3 was released exclusively for the Nintendo Switch last year.
I can't believe those bastards at Nintendo won't let Platinum Games port Bayonetta 2 and 3 to the PS5 and Xbox.
Well, I can't believe you took Super Mario hostage. Speaking of which, I haven't heard a peep out of that plumber with the porn star mustache for a few days now.
Well, that's because I murdered him.
Splendid. So, you're probably wondering what the hell is Bayonetta 3?
The third game in the popular Bayonetta series of video games?
Yes, how did you know?
Call it a lucky guess.
Bayonetta 3 is, unsurprisingly, the sequel to Bayonetta 2, which is, unsurprisingly, the sequel to Bayonetta 1.
Which is, unsurprisingly, the sequel to Bayonetta 0?
No, there is no Bayonetta 0.
Oh, but there's a Resident Evil 0.
Well, that might be true, but there's no Bayonetta 0. So, once again, we play as everyone's favorite witch.
That's not very nice.
I said witch, not bitch, Bertram.
Oh, well, that's okay then. If she's a witch, can she do spells like turning people into frogs?
Well, I can't say I've ever seen her do something like that. But she does dance and take her clothes off a lot to summon creatures to do her bidding.
Oh, I'm sorry, I stopped listening at takes her clothes off.
Get your hands out of your trousers, Bertram. There'll be time for that later.
Oh, sorry, but you kept pausing the game so you could.
Shut up, Bertram. Ha ha, what a lunatic. So, story. This time, Bayonetta gets wrapped up in another adventure, featuring multiverses and even multiple Bayonettas. So, what else can I tell you about this game? Well, the game released in October 2022.
Wasn't it released the same day you got arrested for trying to draw a mustache on a rent boy with permanent marker?
Shut up, Bertram. But yes it was. Some people have no sense of humor. Anyway, like I said, Bayonetta 3 is a Nintendo Switch exclusive.
Nintendo bastards!
Calm down, Bertram. What else can I tell you? Oh yes! There is a new actor voicing Bayonetta for reasons, and the ending caused some controversy with longtime fans of the series.
Oh no! Does it turn out that Bayonetta has been a ghost the whole time?
Oh, however did you guess?
Oh, did I get that right?
No, you schmuck.
Oh. OCG, I'm confused.
There's nothing to be confused about, Bertram. These drugs are called poppers. They will make our lovemaking much more.
No, I'm not confused about that. I'm confused about this game. What the hell happened in Bayonetta 3? I didn't understand the story at all.
Because you kept falling asleep and missed large chunks of the stream when I streamed the game?
Yes?
Fine. Once again, I'll recap the story the best way I know how. Badly. So, we start off in an alternate universe. Bayonetta fights against Singularity, but is killed as Viola watches and inherits the last of her power. Viola is tasked by her commanding officer Sigurd, who just so happens to be the same name as the bad guy, but we'll get to that later, to use a world bridge to escape to another universe and to seek help in the battle against Singularity. So, Viola uses the bridge thing and goes into our Bayonetta's world, where she tells Bayonetta about the multiverse and all that jazz, and basically her, Bayonetta, and Jean all decide that one, Jean is going to go find Dr. Sigurd, who apparently can help with this villain. The twist being that Dr. Sigurd is the villain. Don't ask how. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I would have to look into it a lot more closely, and frankly, I can't be bothered. Anyway, so this Dr. Sigurd is going to turn out to be the villain. Got that? So Bayonetta and Viola decide to head out and find these 5 artifacts that they need to access the Alphaverse.
What's the...
I'm sorry, Bertram. No questions while I'm recapping the story badly. So they have to find these 5 artifact things so they can get into the Alphaverse and kick the villain's ass. Somehow Bayonetta and Viola get separated and go their separate ways. But long story short, eventually they end up getting the 5 artifacts, going into the Alphaverse. There's a big showdown with the big bad guy, lots of alternate Bayonettas appear. Ooh, I should have also said you encounter other Bayonettas throughout the game. So there's a Bayonetta who looks like a pirate, there's a Bayonetta who's French, there's a Bayonetta who looks like a teenage girl in a hoodie. Multiverse Bayonettas. So they all come together at the end, you fight the bad guy. Oh my god, there's a twist! Viola is actually Bayonetta's daughter. Well, I should say Bayonetta and Luca's daughter. Oh yes, and Luca, for some strange reason, turns into a werewolf in this game. I don't really know why, I couldn't be bothered looking into it, so... Yes, Luca's a werewolf, and he's also Viola's father. Oh yes, and Bayonetta and Luca die at the end of the game, and they go to Inferno together. Very sad. But Viola inherits the title of being called Bayonetta, so if they ever make a Bayonetta 4, which I don't think they will, you'll probably be playing as Viola. Understood?
OCG, now I'm even more confused about the story.
Well, tough titties. Now, upon release, this game received very good reviews from fake gaming websites like IGN, who awarded the game a 9 out of 10. But as you know, dear viewers, I could care less what fake gaming websites score a particular video game. All that matters is what I think. And I think that Bayonetta 3 is, pardon my Italian, blah 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 blah.
That doesn't sound very Italian.
Shut up, Bertram. I love this game. Like the other Bayonetta games, this is a solid 10 out of 10 for me. Well, what are you waiting for? Go and play this game right bloody now. Well, maybe not right bloody now. Maybe wait until the end of the retrospective, then go and play the game. After all, there's no excuse not to. Oh, and prior to playing Bayonetta 3, why don't you go and watch our hilarious review for Bayonetta 3, which I'll put a link to in the description for this video, along with the Bayonetta 2 review, like I already told you. Wait a bloody minute, Bertram. At the start of this section, did you say you murdered Mario?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I see. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our full game playthrough for Bayonetta 2. So, dear viewers, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video. So, dear viewers, Bayonetta 2 originally released in 2014. A year I remember fondly as the year I genetically modified a Venus flytrap to give it breasts. And I named that Venus flytrap...
Audrey 2?
No. I named it Venus flytrap with breasts.
Oh, original.
Shut up, Bertram. So, you're probably wondering what the hell is Bayonetta 2?
No, not really. I think it's fairly obvious.
Shut up, Bertram! Well, Bayonetta 2, also known as the one that Bayonetta got a haircut, is a sequel to the original Bayonetta. Now, speaking of Bayonetta's hair, I can't say I admired it in this game. It's much too short for my liking. I would be worried I might confuse her for a chap. Albeit a very attractive chap with wonderful long legs and an arse that would make my Uncle Roger drool.
Oh, is he a pervert?
No, he's dead.
Oh.
So, here's a very, 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 very brief story synopsis. Now, once again, we play as Bayonetta, and the story this time is mostly about traveling into hell to save your fellow witch, Jean. Now, of course, there is more to it than that, but you can see that for yourself by actually staying and watching the bloody stream.
Oh, I was hoping I could go to bed and watch Finding Nemo for the 127th time.
If you even attempt to get out of that chair, Bertram, I am going to set fire to your favorite pair of pajamas.
You wouldn't dare.
Well, I guess you'll just have to sit there and watch the stream, won't you?
Fine. I hate you.
And I hate you too, darling. So, what else can I tell you about the bloody game? Well, there's a 2-player mode, which you can play if you have a friend/lover/cult member. The game is available on the Wii U and Nintendo Switch.
No PlayStation or Xbox release?
Sadly not, Bertram.
Oh, bastards.
Calm down, Bertram. Take some deep breaths.
Okay.
Good man. You know, Bertram, the reason why there isn't a PlayStation or Xbox version of Bayonetta 2 is because Nintendo stepped in and helped Platinum Games get the game made. You know, funded the game, published the game, all that boring shit. So really, we have Nintendo to thank for the fact that there's a Bayonetta 2 and a Bayonetta 3 at all.
Yes, but they should realize that people really want to see Bayonetta on the PlayStation and the Xbox.
Yes, but what are you gonna do? Kidnap Mario and hold him hostage until, you know, Nintendo allows Platinum Games to port Bayonetta 2 and Bayonetta 3 to the PlayStation and the Xbox?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and find this Mario son of a bitch, hold him hostage until Nintendo port Bayonetta 2 to the PlayStation and the Xbox.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, I'm going to continue playing the game.
OCG, I'm confused.
There's nothing to be confused about, Bertram. I'm not wearing trousers because as soon as this stream is over, I'm going to cover myself in peanut butter and...
No. I'm not confused about that. I'm confused about this game. What the hell happened in this game? I don't understand the story at all.
Because you kept falling asleep and missed large chunks of the stream?
Yes?
Fine. I'll recap the story the best way I know how. Badly. So, basically, we play as Bayonetta again, Jean gets attacked quite early in the game, and her spirit leaves her body. Okay?
Okay.
Her spirit, this is Jean's spirit we're talking about, gets dragged down into hell, or a version of hell. So, Bayonetta has to travel to some mountain called Fimbulventer in the hope that she can enter hell and rescue Jean's soul, or whatever the hell it is, and put it back in her body. With me so far?
Yes?
But on the way there, she meets a child who turns out to be one half of the villain, who's the other half. And basically together they've got something to do with the right eye and the left eye that was brought up in the original Bayonetta game. Got it?
Not really.
Well, just bear with me. I mean, that's not really that important anyway. Oh yes, and Bayonetta's father ends up coming into the story, who was the villain in the previous game. But in this game, he's a young man, because at some point in the game, Bayonetta ends up back 500 years before the events of this game, where she sees her own mother and her father, and events transpire there, and she brings her father through to her time, where he somehow ends up getting possessed by the bad guy, and that's why in the original Bayonetta game, Bayonetta's father was evil. Makes sense?
Not at all.
No, you're right. I'm doing a very terrible job of recapping this story. But basically, anyway, it all makes sense. Trust me, Bertram, it all makes complete sense. So eventually we get Jean's soul back, it goes back into her body, she's fine. We defeat the villain. Bayonetta's father goes into a portal to become the villain in the first Bayonetta game. The events of which have already happened by the time this game concludes, so who knows what's going on there. And, yes, then Bayonetta and Jean go Christmas shopping, and happy ending, I suppose.
OCG, now I'm even more confused about the story.
Well, tough. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A full hilarious playthrough for Bayonetta 2. Now, upon release, this game received very good reviews from fake gaming websites like IGN, awarding the game a 9.5 out of 10. But as you know, dear viewers, I could care less what fake gaming websites think about a game. The only opinion that matters round here is mine. And I think that Bayonetta 2 is, pardon my French, bloody fantastic.
That isn't French.
Shut up, Bertram. Long story short, I bloody love this game. The music is fantastic. The game has more action than a nymphomaniac's bedroom. And most importantly, there's a pole dancing sequence during the end credits. Well, what are you waiting for? Go and play this game right bloody now. There's no excuse not to. Oh, and why don't you go and watch our hilarious review for Bayonetta 2, which I'll put a link to in the description of this very video. Who is that, Bertram? Is that Super Mario?
I told you I'd do it. Now Nintendo will have to allow Platinum Games to port Bayonetta 2 and 3 to the PS5 and Xbox 360 and Xbox One and the other Xbox consoles.
Oh shit. Mamma mia! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once
again by my faithful manservant / factotum Bertram. Say hello, Bertram. Hello, Bertram. And this is our review for Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. Now, Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden releases on the 13th of February and is...
Oh, that's the day before Valentine's Day.
Yes, thank you, Bertram. So, you're probably wondering...
What are we gonna do on Valentine's Day, OCG?
I have no bloody idea. Anyway...
No, I think we should go for dinner and then... Oh!
Anyway, as I was saying, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering, I'm so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bastard.
Oh, wonderful alliteration.
Thank you, Bertram. Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden is a new third-person action role-playing game thingy from the talented bastards who brought us Life is Strange and Vampire.
Vampire.
What?
It's pronounced vampire.
You're shitting on a duck.
No, I'm not shitting on... What does that even mean?
Never mind. What was I saying? Oh yes. This is a third person blah 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 from the blah 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 chaps that gave us Life is Strange and Vampire. But how does Banishers compare to those games? Well, let's find out. So, story. We play as a pair of ghostbusters, ghost hunters, who come to the town of New Eden to stop a curse or some such nonsense. Oh, and the female ghostbuster, ghost hunter, goes and gets herself killed. So she is a ghost for 99% of this game. There's a lot more to the story than that, obviously, but I won't spoil it for you here. Just play the bloody thing for yourself to find out.
Oh, so you recommend this game then?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, so we can piss off then?
No, you can't piss off, Bertram. The review isn't done.
Oh.
Anyway, gameplay. Now, like I said, this is a third-person action role-playing thingy. Now that means you'll explore the town of New Eden and its surrounding areas, helping out townsfolk and slaughtering enemies. You play as both the male ghost hunter, and the female ghost one. Now, the female ghost one can use all manner of supernatural abilities to kill enemies as well as help the male ghost hunter navigate the environment.
You know, I saw a ghost once.
No, you didn't.
I did. It was back in 1998. I had just finished Final Fantasy VII for the 100th time, and...
No one cares, Bertram. Anyway, what was I saying? Yes. You also have to make choices that may or may not affect the fates of one or more characters in this game.
Oh, like Life is Strange?
Yes, I suppose so. And as well as making decisions and killing enemies, you'll also solve hauntings and mysteries by talking to townsfolk, looking for clues and all that bollocks.
Oh, so this is a detective game?
Kind of. I'd say this game is the bastard child born 9 months after The Witcher 3, Vampire, Murdered Soul Suspect, and Life is Strange had a drunken orgy.
Oh, what an image.
Shut up, Bertram. So, what did I think of Banisher's blah blah blah? Well, I thought it was bloody good. Nice boss fights, a good central mystery involving the big bad of the game, a decent love story, lots of side quests, nice replay value. What more could you want?
To finish telling my story about how I met a ghost in...
Well, you can't, Bertram. Therefore, I declare that Banisher's Ghost of New Eden is splendid. And for all of you picky bastards out there who would like to hear an actual score for this game, I would probably give it an 8, 0.4, 0.5, 0.8, 0.6, 0.7, 0.4, 0.5 out of 10. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My very in-depth review for Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram. Can I please finish my story now?
Fine. But if it turns out the so-called ghost you met was nothing more than a drunken, naked man wearing a bedsheet, then I'm not going to be happy.
Oh, OCG? OCG!
Yes. What is it, Bertram? Can't you see I'm trying to play the bloody game?
I've got a question.
Fine. What's your question, Bertram?
What is God?
Ah, that's a particularly deep question for the middle of a live stream of a video game. Okay. What is God? Well, some people say he's the big fellow who created the planet and all the people in it and all the grass and all the animals and all the sex toys and all that fun stuff. Other people say he's a figment of your imagination, just something made up in a fictional book for people to feel good about themselves and believe that there's something after death and not just an eternity of darkness and being worm food.
Oh, and what do you believe, OCG?
Well, what I believe is the only god round here is me. Ha ha ha!
Oh, so you don't believe?
No, I do believe in God. I believe in me. Ha ha ha!
Oh, and what if there was a way that I could prove that God exists?
Okay, Bertram, I don't really know where you're going with this, but yes, okay, what if there was a way that you could prove? Then I suppose I would have to become a believer.
Okay. Now, where is God?
What?
Where is God?
Well, what the hell should I know where I don't know where he is. Well, in the Bible, they say that God is everywhere, all at once.
Everywhere? Does that mean he could be here?
Yes. Sure. Why not, Bertram?
Okay, I'm off to find God then.
You do that, Bertram. I'm going to sit here and continue playing Blasphemous 2 like a normal human being. I don't think you're going to find God hiding under my bed, Bertram. Or in my underpants drawer. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for Blasphemous 2. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Blasphemous 2, released in August of this year for the PPC, the Nintendo Switchblade Knife, Sexbox, and for the plastic-encased goddess known as the PlayStation 5.
Oh, you're so weird.
Shut up, Bertram. Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering. I'm so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bare-knuckle boxing bastard.
Oh, wonderful alliteration.
Ah, thank you, Bertram. Anyway, Blasphemous 2 is, unsurprisingly, the sequel to 2019's Blasphemous, a game that some random old git declared as the only video game inspired by Christianity that possesses the ability to make me feel frustrated and yet aroused at the same time.
A random old git didn't say that. You did, OCG. Although, you are indeed an old git. Haha.
Shut up, Bertram. So, story. Set many years after Blasphemous, we once again play as... You know what? I have no bloody idea what this game is about. I had no idea what the first Blasphemous was about, and quite frankly, I could care less. This game features a man breastfeeding a baby. That's right, a man with a beard breastfeeding a baby. We see his boob and everything. I mean, there's breast milk all over the bloody place.
Oh, that sounds disgusting.
Well, Bertram, actually, it's quite, no, actually, you know what? It is quite disgusting. You're right, Bertram. Anyway, let's talk about the gameplay. Now, like its predecessor, this game is a Metroidvania, and that means you'll be exploring a massive map, killing enemies, and looking for new abilities that will let you explore more of said map. You'll also find new weapons, upgrade said weapons, do fetch quests for weird NPCs, and of course, fight bosses. And this is where Blasphemous 2 not only shines, but reveals itself as a particularly tricky little video game.
So this game is hard?
Ron bloody Jeremy has never been as hard as this game is.
Enough.
One boss in particular took me an entire day to vanquish.
Oh, I remember that.
Of course you bloody remember that. It was yesterday. Oh, that reminds me, Bertram. I need a new PlayStation 5 controller.
Why? What happened to the controller you had?
Well, you see, I threw it out of the window in frustration and murdered the postman. So the controller is currently in the custody of the local constabulary. So I need a new one.
Right away, sir.
So what else can I tell you about Blasphemous 2? Well, like I've already hinted, this game has a lot of religious themes and a lot of, pardon my French, fucked up imagery.
That isn't French.
Shut up, Bertram. I haven't been this disturbed since I witnessed a certain scene involving a crucifix and a vagina in The Exorcist. So if that kind of thing puts you off, or you're particularly devout or religious or some other bollocks, then maybe don't play this game. Now for the sick bastards out there who enjoy this kind of thing, have at it! The graphics are great, the cutscenes are fantastic, the atmosphere is not only through the roof, but is spiraling towards heaven at an alarming rate. If you like the original Blasphemous, then you enjoy this. Therefore, I declare that Blasphemous 2 is splendid. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our review for Blasphemous 2. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Child of Light. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video. So, Child of Light, not to be confused with Child of Satan, a nickname I affectionately gave my niece after she was possessed by the devil and all this other hoopla, which I really don't have time to go into just now. Child of Light was originally released in 2014, which coincidentally is when my niece was possessed by the devil, but that's a story for another time. And what is this game I hear you shouting loudly from the back? I'm so glad you asked, dear viewer. This is one of those turn-based RPG things. But what makes this particular game different to quite a lot of others in a similar genre is number one, its visuals, which are gorgeous. Not quite evergreen in the buff gorgeous, but gorgeous nonetheless. And the second reason is the way that this particular game is written. Now, if you pay any attention to what the characters are saying to each other, you will realize that they are speaking in what I can affectionately call poetry, which basically means that every second line or so, they'll be trying to rhyme a word at the end of the previous line. So, poetry, like I said. Now, that's not really your thing, well, that's probably going to annoy the life out of you, dear viewers. But apart from those two things, this is your standard run-of-the-mill turn-based RPG. But how is it? Well, before I tell you all of that, let's discuss the bloody story. So basically we play as a young girl, I think, young woman, perhaps might be more politically correct to call her, who awakens in a mysterious land and must capture the star, the moon, and the sun, so she can stop some evil bitch taking over her kingdom and rescue her father, who is dying. So you set off on an adventure in which you recruit various allies, including a court jester who's looking for their brother, and a weird dwarf-looking chap who remarkably is not Peter Dinklage or an Oompa Loompa. You'll get into fights, you'll fight bosses, you'll explore the land. All the usual RPG bollocks. Though, now I'm thinking about it, a third thing which might separate this from other RPGs is the fact that very early in the game you obtain the ability to fly. That's right, fly. Which means that you'll be navigating this world both on the ground and in the bloody air. Now, I did play this game before on the PlayStation 3, and frankly, I found it to be rather unremarkable, and sadly, though I love the visuals, and I love the characters, and I like the story, and there's a lot of nods and winks to Disney princesses, which is very much appreciated in my book, I have fallen out of love with turn-based RPGs, and frankly, I find them to be incredibly boring these days, considering that we have such action-packed extravaganzas like Final Fantasy XVI and, more recently, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So, I really can't recommend this game if you're not a fan of turn-based RPGs, but I know a lot of you dorks out there probably living in your mother's basement or your sister's basement or your father's basement or your girlfriend's basement will probably still appreciate turn-based RPGs, and you probably already played this game. So you're probably thinking, I don't give a shit about your opinion, OCG, and I don't blame you. Therefore, I declare the Child of Light is okay, I suppose. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my very in-depth review for Child of Light. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Where the hell is my coffee, Bertram? I asked for it 4.5 hours ago. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Contra Operation Galuga. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Contra Operation Galuga released a couple of days now, I think. And this is the 1233rd Contra game. What is Contra, I hear you asking? Well, I'm so glad you asked, dear viewers. These are a series of run-and-gun platformer action games, in which you're usually running through stages, shooting enemies, and fighting bosses. Do you like the sound of that, soldier? Well, enlist now for Operation Galuga. Actually, I think you'd be enlisting for the Contra Corps, but that's neither here nor there. Now, from what I understand and the very basic research I have done for this game, this is a kind of, sort of, maybe remake of the first Contra game that released a long time ago. But how is this game compared to the older Contra games? Well, do you like Contra, dear viewer? You do? Then you're going to enjoy this game. Do you not like Contra, dear viewer? Oh, you don't? Well, then you might not enjoy this game as much as I did. Now, I have played every single Contra game in existence. Probably. And I would definitely say this ranks up there as one of the best, if not the best, Contra game ever made. High praise, you might be thinking. But considering that this is a very generic series of video games in which, like I said, you're mostly running through stages, doing basic platforming, picking up power-ups, shooting enemies, fighting bosses and scratching your ass, this game doesn't really reinvent the wheel. There is some nice cutscenes, there's voice acting, there's an arcade mode, there's a challenge mode. And if you're wondering how long it's going to take you to play through this bloody game, well, my first playthrough of this game took me about an hour and 20 minutes. The second playthrough took me less time than that, and the third playthrough I did took me even less time than that. So it isn't the longest game in the world, and the main sticking point about that is the game's price. Now here in the great United Kingdom, this game cost me the sum total of £31. And that's maybe a little bit too much for a game like this. Usually for an indie, retro-inspired platformer, 2.5D platforming run-and gun game, I would expect the price to be no more than about £17, £18, maybe £19, maybe £20, depending on how I'm feeling that day. So I do think this game is a little bit overpriced. So if you have any interest in playing this game at all, and you haven't already bought it of course, then I suggest you wait for a sale. So in conclusion, you beautiful bastards, this is a very good Contra video game. If you like Contra, that is. Therefore, I declare that Contra Operation Galuga is a Contra game. What? You expect me to give you a score there? Piss off. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my totally not improvised review for Contra Operation Galuga. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for Cookie Cutter. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't you forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Cookie Cutter was released earlier this week for the Xbox, PC, and of course, my beloved PlayStation 5.
The PlayStation 5 is alive. Sorry, I watched Short Circuit again last night.
Oh, I see what you did there. Instead of Johnny 5 is alive, you said PlayStation 5 is alive. Ha 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 ha. Very clever.
Oh, you think so?
No. Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering. I'm so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bastard. Cookie Cutter is an ultra-violent, hand-drawn Metroidvania that is often harder than a chubby bearded man playing Dungeons and Dragons in his grandmother's basement.
Aren't you a chubby bearded man who plays Dungeons and Dragons in...
Shut up, Bertram. So, story. Cookie Cutter tells the story of Cherry, a pissed-off android who sets off to rescue her creator/lover from the clutches of a psychopath. To do so, you'll have to eviscerate anything foolish enough to get in your way.
Now that Queen Mara is
I'm
again
sorry.
inside,
Did you say
the
that
war
Cherry
between
is an
land and sea
android?
should end.
Yes.
So we've
And
got a
her
little
lover has been
undead
kidnapped?
situation at the University of Gotham.
Yes.
Agents are draining souls from
Ouch!
students and zombies
It
are
must be
overrunning the
very
area.
painful
Talk to
making
Shazam
love
in
to
the
an
Diamond District
android.
Police Station
I
so
wouldn't
we can
know,
put these
Bertram.
souls to
After
rest.
all, I'm not in the habit of putting my penis inside a walking toaster. So, gameplay. Now, like I already said, this is a Metroidvania. And the Oxford English Dictionary definition of a Metroidvania is... doesn't seem to be listed in the Oxford English Dictionary. How queer. Oh well, I'm sure all you gamers out there know what a Metroidvania is. But for those of you who don't, basically it involves a lot of platforming, exploring, backtracking, stopping every 45 to 60 minutes for a toilet break, all the while killing enemies and finding new abilities that will let you progress. You'll also face off against the occasional boss fight. And while most of these are minor inconveniences, some of these bosses frustrated me more than that time I tried to thread Bertram's head through a needle.
Oh, I forgot all about that. That was a huge needle. Where did you say you got it again?
Car boot sale, Bertram. Apparently it used to belong to King Kong.
Oh, you don't say.
I do say. Ha ha. So, what else can I tell you about this bloody game? Well, it's very violent, which is very in keeping for the month of December.
What?
You know, because people are always trying to decapitate each other over Christmas dinner.
What kind of sick Christmas dinners have you attended?
Oh, it wasn't Christmas in my house unless my mother was trying to cut father's balls off with a butcher knife, or my great-uncle Henry was trying to have sex with the turkey. Good times.
We must stop this ritual.
No comment?
Greetings.
Anyway,
The foul
not
necromancer
only
Felix
is this
Faust is
game
targeting
violent,
innocents to steal their
but it's
souls.
more
The
gorgeous
power
than
ritual
a
to bring
topless
Black Adam's
Chris
wife, Isis,
Pratt
back from the
with
grave.
his
No
literal
good can
Pratt
come of
out.
this. We must save these people
And
stop
while I
Faust.
take a mental picture of that for later, I might as well tell you commoners what I thought about this game. Well, for me, Cookie Cutter was like an adult cartoon come to life. You know, like Rugrats, if all the babies were homicidal robots who liked to feast on the entrails of their victims. Cookie Cutter is glorious fun, if not a little frustrating at times. And rather oddly, despite the first 10 or so minutes of the game being fully voice acted, the rest of the game had absolutely no voice acting whatsoever. Was that a glitch? Did the voice actors go on strike? Were they abducted by aliens? Who the hell knows? But Cookie Cutter is still a bloody good time. Therefore, I declare that Cookie Cutter is splendid. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. my very in-depth review for Cookie Cutter. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / factotum Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for Dance of Death, Dulac, and Faye. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Dance of Death, Dulac, and Faye, originally released back in 2019. A year I remember fondly as the year I was fondled by the ghost of King Arthur in a nearby car park.
How?
How was I fondled by the ghost of King Arthur, or how was I in a local car park?
Both.
Well, Ghost of King Arthur I think is pretty self-explanatory. The ghost of King Arthur. Local car park. I refrain to answer the question.
You were doing that thing again, weren't you?
What thing? I don't know what thing you're talking about, Bertram.
You know what thing I'm talking about. You know, the thing you go into car parks to do.
What? I don't go into car parks to do anything.
Come on, be honest now.
Fine, yes. I was a little bit too intoxicated and I wandered into the car park because I remembered there's no closed circuit television cameras in that particular car park because the owner of the car park is too cheap and stingy to install them. So yes, I went into that car park to take a dump. I mean, to urinate against a wall.
You take a dump in the car park?
No, Bertram, like I then corrected myself. I urinate against the wall, like a lot of drunken fellows these days. Anyway, we're completely getting off the subject here. We are here to talk about Dance of Death, Dulac, and Faye.
What the hell is Dance of Death, Dulac, and Faye?
I'm so glad you asked, Bertram, you beautiful bastard. Well, this is a kind of detective adventure game set in Victorian London, in which we play as two legendary characters. Those characters being Lancelot and Morgan Le Fay. You know, from like King Arthur?
Oh, like the ghost of King Arthur?
Yes, Bertram, have you never noticed when I do the whole... Yeah, I remember fondly. I always try and come up with something that links to the game we've just played.
Oh, I never noticed that before. That's quite clever.
Thank you, Bertram. I'll give myself a pat on the back. Ow. Yes, our two legendary characters team up with Mary Jane Kelly, whose name you might recognize as being the final documented victim of Jack the Ripper. And what a coincidence, because the whole plot of this game is our three characters teaming up and investigating Jack the Ripper. And to do that, you'll explore certain locations in Victorian London, like the police station, the streets, a local brothel, a local pub, etc., etc. You'll talk to people ask them questions, make branching choices at certain moments in the game, which may or may not affect your relationship with other characters. There's also little side objectives like you can tell a chap to leave his wife or stay with his wife, or you can tell another person to piss off. I mean, that's not actually one of them. My mind is awash with thoughts at the moment, and it's hard to pinpoint all these little side objectives, but there's quite a lot of them. But the main crux of the game is obviously investigating the murders of Jack the Ripper, and then hopefully discovering who Jack the Ripper is by the end of the game. Simple, no?
Very. So, do you find out who Jack the Ripper is?
Obsessed with
My lips are sealed, Bertram. That would be a spoiler if I... Yes. Yes, you do. But I'm not going to tell you any more than that, so you want to know, you have to play the game for yourself. And do I recommend you play this game? Absolutely. If you like detective games, if you like point-and-click games, if you like games set in Victorian London, if you like Jack the Ripper stories, then you're going to be very at home here. Particularly if you like video games like the Sherlock Holmes games, the Hercule Poirot games. And while this game is nowhere near as long as those games are, it's very similar, especially in the graphics department, which you might be looking at your screen now and going, oh, this game doesn't look amazing, does it? No, it doesn't. But also, it's not a AAA game with a AAA price tag. This is a very inexpensive title, and I highly recommend you pick it up at your earliest convenience, because and when I say I mean me, I had an amazing time playing through this game. I really like the relationship between the three main characters. I like the links back to the King Arthur days and stuff like that. I liked all the Jack the Ripper stuff, particularly the crime scenes, which were nice and bloody and gory, and, you know, I get an erection for that kind of thing.
That doesn't sound disturbing at all.
Shut up, Bertram. And like I said, there's branching choices you can make, so you have to play through the game at least twice to earn all the trophies, because you get trophies for different decisions which you can't make in the same playthrough, so you at least have to play the game twice, like I did. And yes, I had a great time with this game, therefore I declare that Dance of Death, Dulac and Fae is splendid. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my totally not improvised review for Dance of Death. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram. Really? You take a dump in the car park?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Factotum Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is my review for 2 flat-chested women and a kangaroo.
2 flat-chested women and a kangaroo? I don't think that's what this game is.
Shut up, Bertram. I can't remember what this game is called, so for the purposes of this review, I shall be referring to it as 2 flat-chested women and a kangaroo. Understood?
Uh-huh.
Good. So, if you wouldn't mind, dear viewer, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, 2 flat-chested women and a kangaroo was released in 2022. A year I remember fondly as the year I got into an actual boxing match with a kangaroo.
And who won?
Who won? Who the hell do you think won, Bertram?
The kangaroo?
Yes, the kangaroo. So, I know exactly what you're thinking, dear viewer.
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
Get over here! All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ!
The only thing that can defeat power is more power. That is the one constant in this universe. However, there is no point in power if it consumes itself. I will enlist the help of an old friend against our common foe. I will use one pawn to eliminate the other and emerge with the spoils for myself.
Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find it? Would you kindly get this thing? Would you kindly head to Ryan's office and kill the son of a bitch?
Nico, it's Roman. Let's go bowling.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until... well, let's just say your hour has come again. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
Snake! What happened? Snake! Snake!
Remember, no rush. You can't change this. You can't change the future.
Probably not, but I can make sure you're not a part of it. Stupid bastard.
In the body of elf or man, you are unchanged, Celebrate.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
What, apart from your mother being dead? Things are going real bad. Here, let me show you Running Man. Tony's buried over there. Little Devil over there. And Big Devil over there. Man, it's just crazy. Everybody blasts on fools first, then ask questions second.
My apologies, but I cannot let you escape now.
Alfred, you cross-dressing freak!
Do you want to know something funny? Even after everything you've done, I would have saved you.
That actually is pretty funny.
Yeah? Go fuck yourself! You shitpiles give chase, I will kill your dicks!
What? What does that even mean? You're gonna kill my dick? Well, I'll kill your dick! How about that, huh?
I'm sweating like a hooker in church.
You brought a hooker to church?
Why not?
A man has a choice. I chose the impossible. I built a city where the artist would not fear the censor, where the great will not be constrained by the small, where the scientist would not be bound by petty morality. I chose to build rapture. ask you, my friend, if your life were the prize, would you kill the innocent? Would you sacrifice your humanity? We all make choices, but in the end, our choices make us.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Oh, I forgot your name.
Who are you?
Oh, okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you? Happy birthday to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Is this Leonard?
That's the murderer's name, not my name. I'm not your beloved Stanley either. He's underground now. His new name is Number 7. But don't worry about that now. It's time to celebrate your birthday.
You've got me mistaken for someone else. Today's not my...
I'm not mistaken. Today is your 24th birthday. And I have a present for you. Which do you prefer? To give pain or to receive it? You can have the one you hate the most. Happy birthday to you!
But you're wrong. It's not my birthday.
Shit, you crazy. Let's get up out of here. Same old CJ. Buster. Straight Buster.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is? Insanity is doing the exact same fucking thing over and over again, expecting shit to change. That is crazy. But the first time somebody told me that, I don't know, I thought they were bullshitting me, so boom, I shot him. The thing is, okay, he was right. And then I started seeing it everywhere I looked. Everywhere I looked, all these fucking pricks. Everywhere I looked, doing the exact same fucking thing. Over and over and over and over and over again. Thinking, this time, it's gonna be different. No, please. This time, it's gonna be different. I'm sorry. I don't like the way you are looking at me. Okay? You have a fucking problem in your head. Do you think I'm bullshitting you? Do you think I'm lying? Fuck you! Okay? Fuck you! It's okay, man. I'm gonna chill, man. I'm gonna chill. The thing is, alright? The thing is I killed you once already. And it's not like I am fucking crazy. It's okay. It's like water under the bridge. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
Foolishness, Dante. Foolishness. Might controls everything. And without strength, you cannot protect anything. Let alone yourself.
Hail to the king, baby.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Be better.
Now, in front of you, I can finally die. After Zanzibar, I was taken from the body. Neither truly alive, nor truly dead.
It's no good.
An undying shadow in a world of light. But soon it will finally
do it.
end.
Shut up, sit down, relax. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. You're gonna find out who took our cocaine. And then we're gonna kill them.
Grove Street. Home. At least it was before I fucked everything up.
I'm wasting my breath.
this moment, your every breath is a gift from me.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spend. Later.
It's me, Mario!
I see only what I have come to destroy.
Really? Do I often pogo stick through your thoughts wearing nothing but a smile? Be honest. Or don't.
Don't be a bad girl, Mary. Or you can expect a spanking from Daddy later. Jester's gonna spank you, but spank you on the butt.
Is every person here a mental case? Well, I guess you're not a person anyway.
You know, for a damn yokel, you're a very funny guy.
Yes, and for an annoying dick, you're really an annoying dick.
Commentary. I say we blast the meatbag and save you the trouble, Master.
What's with all the droids lately? My wife get to you too?
Negative. I just don't like organic meatbags. Except for the Master, of course.
Snake, we're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in. Snake, farewell.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said, Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
The way I see it, there's two types of people. Those who spend their lives trying to build a future, and those who spend their lives trying to rebuild the past. For too long, I've been stuck in between, hidden in the dark. What was I really doing, walking in there with my bad haircut and ridiculous shirt? Was I there to make something right? Or was I just using a messed up situation to indulge myself, grasping at some desperate delusion of control? Maybe the two went hand in hand more than I care to admit.
You probably thought you weren't gonna die today. Surprise.
You work for me now.
I work for money.
As I said, amigo, you work for me now.
I work
Shut up! Some Judas has betrayed me. He thinks I don't know how much money I should be making. But stealing 3% is as good as stealing 100%. No one does this to me. No one. You follow him from his apartment, and you see where he goes. Later, we will kill him.
You were destined to destroy me. Do it. Give in to your hatred.
Listening? Okay. Grass grows, birds fly, sun shines, and brother, I hurt people. Boink! I'm a force of nature. Boink! If you were from where I was from, you'd be f***ing dead.
Woo!
Kept you waiting, huh?
We are the sons of Sparta. Within each of us flows his blood. But more importantly, his soul! And now, my soul is saying it wants to stop you!
Have no fear! The lad is here!
No! Stay with me, Grant! Please, don't die! Hold on, Grant, hold on! No! Grant! Grant!
I like that. No, I respect that. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. And if this jungle doesn't eat you up alive, I will. Fucking death! I said, get the fuck out of here, you chicken fuck! Run, Forrest! Run! Run, Forrest! Run!
What? What is this?
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Hope this is not Chris's blood.
Torino.
Carl, learn to fly.
I'm on it, man, I swear.
Hey, I'm on it, man. Same old broken record, Carl, but that's fine. Because your brother's getting a new cellmate tonight. Horsecock Harry. And I'm sending a present, little wedding present. Big tub of lube.
Shit, dude. Okay, I swear, man, I'm gonna be the best pilot.
I'd love to hear you, Carl. I can't hear you. All I can hear is your brother's love cries as 8 kilometers of cock finds its way up his ass. Oh, that's your brother, okay? No big problem.
Wait, please, man.
That was my last motivational speech, you understand? Am I being too spiritual for you, Carl?
Okay, man, I get the message.
So, you full of crap or what? What? Where's luxury condo? Where's sports car? Where's Barbara with big titties and Stephanie who sucks like a vacuum?
What are you talking about?
In your letters to my mother, in your letters to me, all I hear about is Mr. Big, Mr. Roman, living the American dream. Sports cars, condos, women, money, the beach, opportunity. I come here, and the only thing big about your life is the cockroaches.
That's right. I got the base cockroaches, I got the base pets.
Screw you, you idiot.
You forget 1,000 things every day, pal. Make sure this is one of them.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
Hope is what makes us strong. It is why we are here. It is what we fight with when all else is lost.
Eat shit and die.
Open the back room door or I blow your fucking face off! Leave the panic button or I'll kill your children too! I warned you, you stupid bitch! Stupid fucking bitch! Now I kill you! Eat my shit!
Savior, conqueror, hero, villain. You are all things, Revan, and yet you are nothing. In the end, you belong to neither the light nor the darkness. You will forever stand alone.
Max, dearest of all my friends, I was supposed to be the hero.
Unfortunately, our souls are at odds, brother. I need more power. My heart changed. What is it? Power. Give me more power.
A strong man doesn't need to read the future. He makes his own.
Finish him!
I'll never let you go. You never let me go.
Want stars? I'll give you stars.
Damn, here I was minding my own business, just enjoying my Second Amendment rights, and you people have to freak out on me.
Don't stand there looking so smug.
You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening to them cry out. You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you? No. Don't worry. It's just a joke.
Every puzzle has an answer.
Well, that was fun. In a fucking terrible, sick, not at all fun way.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soap.
Arrogant fool. Do you really think you can defeat me so easily? What's yours has always been mine!
Watch yourself, Mr. Gat.
Or what? You'll hold me in contempt of court? You're already planning on giving me the chair. You think I'd give a shit about you not liking me? Fuck off.
Have a nice drink, Salsa, you stupid fuck!
I died once. I will never forget the cold, dark fingers of death reaching out for me. However, even that death was a necessary component of the big picture. The virus that Birkin had created brought me back from the brink of annihilation. When I awoke, hatred became my master.
Emergency. The self-destruct
I found the tyrant that killed me was dead, and the facility was just moments away from self-destruction. I did not have time to enjoy my newfound life. I had something I needed to do.
Good. Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
This is the last dance for Lance Vance. I said I had enough of that at school. You picked the wrong side, Lance.
All right, baby. This is the Lance Vance dance. You got to, all right, pop it and lock it, yeah. Whoa!
But part of growing up is doing what's best for the people you care about, even if sometimes that means hurting someone else.
Guns don't kill people. I do.
Commentary. It is not possible to destroy the Master. It is suggested you run while my blasters warm up, meatbags.
You picked the wrong house, fool!
Hey, Big Smoke! It's me, Carl! Chill!
CJ? Oh, my dog! What's up? I'm juices! Oh, thanks! Obey!
Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. Snake, whether or not you're in the Fox Die program isn't important. The important thing is that you choose life. And then live. Don't you think, Snake? Don't worry. I'm going to choose life too. Until today, I've always looked for a reason to live. But from here on, I'm going to just live.
Well, some trees flourish, others die. Some cattle grow strong, others are taken by wolves. Some men are born rich enough and dumb enough to enjoy their lives. Ain't nothing fair, you know that.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
Here's the thing, kid. We don't get to choose how we start in this life. Real greatness, it's what you do with the hand you're dealt.
During the war, we did some bad things, and bad things happened to us. War is where the young and stupid are tricked by the old and bitter into killing each other. I was very young and very angry. Maybe that is no excuse. Roman? Roman! Are you sleeping, you fat fuck? Come on!
Let me cite some specific examples. Mockery.
Oh, Master! I do not trust you! I cannot trust you or anyone ever again!
Mockery.
Oh, Master, I love you, but I hate all you stand for. But I think we should go press our slimy, mucus-covered lips together in the cargo hold.
Conclusion. Such pheromone-driven human responses never cease to decrease the charge in my capacitors, and make me wish I could press a blaster pistol to my behavior core and pull the trigger.
Now you get this straight. We own you. You're ours. We can shit on you from such a height, you'll think God himself has crapped on you. You understand?
War. War never changes. The Romans waged war to gather slaves and wealth. Spain built an empire from its lust for gold and territory. Hitler shaped a battered Germany into an economic superpower. But war never changes.
War has changed. It's no longer about nations, ideologies, or ethnicity. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. War and its consumption of life has become a well-oiled machine. War has changed. ID-tagged soldiers carry ID-tagged weapons, use ID-tagged gear. Nanomachines inside their bodies enhance and regulate their abilities. Genetic control, information control, emotion control, battlefield control. Everything is monitored and kept under control. War has changed. The age of deterrence has become the age of control. All in the name of averting catastrophe from weapons of mass destruction. And he who controls the battlefield controls history. War has changed. When the battlefield is under total control, war becomes routine.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
Hey, look, we gotta go do something real
What's
big.
poppin', nigga?
What up, kinfolk? Put Grove Street on the map for good. For life.
All right, nigga.
Grove Street for
Let's
life.
roll. Tommy Vercetti, remember the name!
Jackpot.
X, it's obviously supposed to be difficult. It's supposed to be brutal. It's supposed to be hard. It's the same with FromSoft games. They're supposed to be difficult. I just don't think that's fair. So when people, again, going back to that phrase, it's tough but fair. No. Fair would be, it's tough, but you can make it easier if you need to. And with games like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, I did that the worst way you could probably do it, which is I used cheats. And yes, eventually cheats may come out for Slave Zero X, the PS4 version. You can't cheat on PS5 yet. And I may then finish the game. But my original experience with it has already, you know, tainted my experience with the game. Which is, I think it's too difficult. I think it's far too difficult. And I would like to make it easier. And finish it. Because this was a game I really looked forward to. And I'm incredibly disappointed that for the first hour and a half I was really enjoying it. And then, boom! Nope. We're going to throw 100 enemies at you and have flying things above you, bombing you at the same time. I'm not kidding. I show a clip of it in my review for the... Well, not my review. OCG's review for the game. There's a clip of it. And that to me is just not fun. And yeah, you can push through it and fluke your way through it, which is what can happen. But, you know, that's not any better. Randomly button mashing and just and somehow everything dies is not... And I think it comes down to because it's like a beat 'em up. But yes, so we've not discussed beat 'em ups yet. So in beat 'em ups, I am useless with combos and all that crap. I don't have the patience for it. So I play Mortal Kombat, etc., on easy. Which is probably why I didn't like any of the 90s beat 'em ups. Because you didn't really have, you know, they were notoriously difficult. Things like Street Fighter 2 and stuff like that. The original Mortal Kombat, Mortal Kombat 2 and all that. Difficult games. And I didn't enjoy them because of that. So, this video isn't going to change anything. I just wanted to make a video where I talk about something, an issue, without, you know, slagging off another YouTuber or talk about gaming news, which I often find really boring unless it's something, you know, people would be talking about this Xbox going non-exclusive. Maybe PlayStation getting some of their games and all that. I don't need to discuss that in the video. Enough people do that. But this is an issue I have raised more than once, which is, you know, difficulty options in games and how I wish certain games, especially games I've looked forward to, games I've been enjoying, how I wish, like Metal Gear Rising, like the Devil May Cry games, like, you know, the Tomb Raider reboot, Resident Evil games, etc. Give me the option. If I want to play it on easy, let me. If you want to call me a baby for doing that, then fine. But at least I enjoy the game. And that's all I really wanted to say about it. So if you've enjoyed this, give me a thumbs up. If you want to hear me talk about other things in the future, other gaming topics or whatever, then let me know. If you let me know and enough people do it, then I'll definitely do it. But that's going to be it for me today. So always stay obsessed with gaming, as I always say. And I'll catch you next time, chaps.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Factotum Bertram. Say hello, Bertram. Hello, Bertram. And this is the top 10 games of 2023, presented by yours truly. Now please note, dear viewer, this is my personal pick of the 10 best games of 2023. And while usually I would say that the only opinion that counts round here is my own, and while I still believe that, if you disagree with my list, tough. It's my list, goddammit. If you don't like it, then put your own personal 10 out of 10 down in the comments below, and let's get a little discussion going, shall we? So, first of all, we're going to talk about the games that Almost, but didn't quite make it into the top 10. The first of which is The Last Faith. Fabulous Metroidvania. Absolutely terrific. Inspired by both the Castlevania games and that remarkable game from software known as Bloodborne. This game is dark, it's violent, it's gothic, and above all, it's harder than I was during the musical performance of Alan Wake 2 at the Game Awards. If you haven't already played The Last Faith and you're a fan of Castlevania or Bloodborne or Metroidvanias in general, then go and play The Last Faith right bloody now. Next up, a game that didn't quite make it into the top 10 is Like a Dragon, the Man Who Erased His Name. Now, in any other year, this game would be in the top 10. But sadly, this year, there was a lot of bloody good video games. Wouldn't you agree, Bertram? Bertram, stop picking your ass.
What?
Never mind, Bertram. Yes, Like a Dragon, the Man Who Erased His Name. And we're not going to talk about the controversy with the English dub for this game or the game that's coming out in January. No, we're not here to do that. It sucks! No, instead, I'm just going to tell you that Like a Dragon, the Man Who Erased His Name is an absolutely fantastic addition to the Yakuza series of video games. And again, if you've not played this one, though it's not in my top 10, I highly recommend you go and play it now. Just don't play it with the English dub. Next up, a game that didn't quite made it into the top 10, almost made it into the top 10, but then I decided, no, you're not going in the top 10, no. You're going in the honourable mentions. I don't know why I did that voice there. Anyway, next game up is Tintin Reporter, Cigars of the Fenno. And yes, I know when this game launched, it was very incomplete. There was bugs galore, glitches galore, but you know what? I am a Tintin fan. And I bloody enjoyed my time with this game. And thankfully, since launch, the game has been patched. And since launch, I have played the game a further 3 times, from beginning to end. So if, like me, you're a Tintin fan and for some bizarre reason you've not played this game, then do it now. It's much more playable now and it's bags of fun. Trust me, you won't regret it. And last, and probably most people would say least, I do not agree with them, we have Forspoken. Now, this was probably nowhere near my top 10 for the year, but I decided I wanted to mention it because I think it was the most overhated video game this year. Is some of the dialogue a bit cheesy and a bit cringy? Yes. But so is the dialogue and the characterization in a lot of bloody video games. This, for me, was a very fun kind of open-world action RPG type game. While a lot of people found the voice in the bracelet or whatever it is quite annoying. Excuse me. He had a voice very similar to my own. So if you're saying that he's annoying, then you're saying that I'm annoying. And I'm not annoying. Actually... Shut up, Bertram. Do not finish that sentence or I will throw you out of the window. So, if you haven't yet, I'm sure you can pick up a copy of Forspoken very, very, very cheap. That's the one benefit to a lot of people hating a game. The game ends up going for pennies, practically, once it's on sale and all that stuff. So, if you're intrigued, pick the game up. Try it for yourself. I enjoyed it. Now, let's get on to the main event. What are you doing? I was coming up with a theme tune for this video. Couldn't you have asked someone to write a theme tune? Oh, good lord, no, Bertram. That would cost money. And that's something we do not have at the moment. Speaking of money, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel, dear viewers, and like this video. That's the only way that I'm going to get money so I can hire someone to write theme tunes for us. So, on to the main event. Here are the top 10 games of 2023, dictated by yours truly, starting with number 10, Sonic Superstars. Yes, 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 the 2.5D Sonic game that released this year is my 10th favorite game of the year. And you might be wondering why. Well, it's quite simple, really. Look at this game. It's colorful. It's exciting looking. Finally, we're done with the whole pixelated Sonic bollocks that we got in Sonic Mania. And while Sonic Mania is still a good game, let's not forget that most of that game is recycled garbage from other Sonic games. No. Sonic Superstars is 100%, give or take, a brand new game with exciting new graphics, exciting new levels, exciting new boss battles against Robotnik. And yes, I call him Robotnik. I refuse to call him Eggman. Stupid name. His name is Dr. Ivo Robotnik, and don't you bloody forget it. Anyway, Sonic Superstars, my 10th favorite game of 2023. Number 9, Bayonetta Origins, Sunraiser and the Lost Demon. The only Nintendo Switch game on this particular list. But damn, is it not a good one. This is a prequel to the original Bayonetta. So instead of playing as that rather tall sex pot with all the one-liners, we play as a much shorter teenage version of Cereza as she teams up with a demon to save the world or some such bollocks. The story doesn't really matter. This is a fantastic but very different video game to the Bayonetta series. So if you're used to playing the Bayonetta games, this might take a while to get used to, but trust me, stick with it until the end and you will not be disappointed, as I was not. Why? Well, because I put it at number 9 on this list, that's bloody why. Number 8, Immortals of Aveum. A game that I have noticed go under a lot of people's radars this year. I've not really seen a lot of people talking about this game. And I don't really understand why. This is a very, very, very fun first-person action-adventure type game with a lot of humor, which some of it misses, but quite a lot of it lands. Bags of fun. Quite tricky though. Quite a difficult game. The gameplay is very reminiscent of something like Ghostwire Tokyo. You know, you use magic and you can get all these powers and all that stuff. Just play the game for yourself and you'll know what I'm talking about. There's a new Game Plus available for it now, so, you know, you can carry over the powers you had in your levels and... Oh, such a fun game. Look at the trailer I'm showing you here. Doesn't it look fun, Bertram? Bertram, what did I tell you about picking your ass? What? Never mind, Bertram. Number 7. Hi-Fi Rush. The only Xbox exclusive game to make my list this year. But God, is it a good one. God, is it a good one. And what a coincidence we were just talking about Ghostwire Tokyo, because that game's developer made this game. And this game couldn't possibly be more different to Ghostwire Tokyo and their previous efforts, those being the Evil Within video games, if it tried. This is a colorful hack-and-slash type game, which might make you think of something like, I don't know, Jet Set Radio, which is getting a remake now. See how it all ties together? It's like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
What's 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon?
We don't have time for me to explain that now, Bertram. Anyway, what I'm saying is, wheels and roundabouts and all that. What goes around comes around and all that stuff.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, Bertram. I don't know. Right. Hi-Fi Rush. Fantastic hack and slash game. Very colorful. Not the shortest game in the world either. Took me about 13 hours to get through it. And boy, oh boy, can I not wait to get through it again. You use a guitar, and you hit enemies, and you team up, and it's set in this kind of futuristic world. Oh, it's just fabulous. If you've got an Xbox, get it played right bloody now. What are you waiting for? Number 6, RoboCop. Now, this was a game I knew was going to be good. I just knew it was going to be good. A lot of movie tie-ins and stuff like that have this reputation for being garbage. But thankfully, the developer of this game made Terminator Resistance. And that game is fantastic as well, but I think RoboCop is even better. The gunplay is absolutely stupendous. I can't really describe it. I don't know how to describe it. I'll just say it's satisfying. Let's just say that. I didn't have as much fun this year in any other game shooting the shit out of things than I did in RoboCop. And the callbacks to the movies, oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I'm not going to spoil them here for you, but if you've not played this game and you're a RoboCop fan, then you really need your head examined, because why have you not already played this game? But trust me, this is the best first-person shooter of 2023. And rightfully so. The developer of this game and Terminator Resistance is to be applauded. And to think that only about 10 years ago they were making trash like Rambo the video game. Ha ha.
But you like Rambo the...
Shut up, Bertram. Ha ha. Let's move on. Number 5. The first of 2 remakes on this list, dear viewers. Spoilers. The Dead Space remake, and what a fantastic remake it is. Not only do we get to finally hear Isaac Clarke talking in the first Dead Space, but the entire first original game has been completely remade. This isn't some lazy cash grab remaster. No, 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 no. This is a complete remake for the PlayStation 5. Kind of in the vein of how Demon's Souls was remade, but this is a much better game than Demon's Souls. Though, to be honest, I don't really like the Souls games, so it's maybe a bit unfair for me to say this game's better. But that's because it is. It's much better. So it basically takes everything from the original Dead Space that you know and love, the jump scares, the characters, the atmosphere, the weapons. Yes, I admit they kind of made Nicole look like an old woman, bizarrely. But apart from that teeny tiny little wiggle, this is the superior Dead Space in every single way. And if for some bloody unknown reason you've not played it yet, go and play it right now. That's right, you sitting in the toilet watching this video. Pull your pants up. Yes. Now do your trousers up. Good. Now march into your sitting room, turn on your PlayStation 5, and download the Dead Space remake. Do it at your earliest convenience. Speaking of remakes, number 4, the Resident Evil 4 remake. Now, what can I say about this game that's not already been said? Well, I'll just share with you my experience of Resident Evil 4. I don't really like the original Resident Evil 4 anymore. I find it kind of dull. I find it kind of frustrating. I don't like Ashley as a character. That's someone, if I met them in real life, I would legitimately want to strangle them. cut their body into tiny pieces, and then mix those tiny pieces into a food blender, then take the food blender and sell it at a car boot sale. That's how much she annoyed me. And boy, the person buying that food blender at the car boot sale, they would get a hell of a surprise when they get it home and try to make a banana smoothie. I'll just tell you that. But this remake of Resident Evil 4, like the Dead Space remake before it, takes the original and completely overhauls the whole bloody thing. So now Ashley's a better character, Leon's a better character, there's more action, there's more atmosphere, it's more fun to play, the frickin' DLC is absolutely fantastic, lets you play as Ada Wong, who is amazing in this game. I don't love her voice actor. So like the Dead Space remake, that's my one teeny tiny wiggle with this game. But apart from that, Resident Evil 4 remake, Resident Evil is back. And Resident Evil 4 remake gets to join the fantastic Resident Evil 3 remake. Don't say a single word, any of you. Resident Evil 3 remake is fantastic. You're just too afraid to admit it. And the fantastic Resident Evil 2 remake. I cannot wait to see what Capcom give us next in the world of Resident Evil. Moving on to number 3. Now before I announce my top 3, let me just say that depending on what day you ask me, these 3 games could chop and change. So today, this is my opinion on the order. If you ask me tomorrow, I might have moved number 1 to number 3, or number 2 to number 1, or number 2 to number 3, whatever. So all 3 of these games are absolutely 10 out of 10 games from me. No, not 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10. 12 out of 10. 13 out of 10.
I think we get the point.
Yes, I do think you get the point. So, today, on this video, my number 3 is Alan Wake 2. Honestly, well done, Remedy Games. Well done, Remedy Games. I've not played a horror game that has surprised me and pulled the rug out from under me and horrified me and made me cry and made me cheer as much as this game did this year. One particular sequence which I know everyone now knows about, the musical sequence which I did not know was in the game. As soon as I got to that, I knew this was a fucking, first swear word of the video, fucking second swear word of the video, but it's saying the same swear word from the first time, so I suppose it only counts as one. Bloody amazing game. We get to play as Alan Wake, we get to play as a new character, we get to explore more of Bright Falls, we get to explore a kind of New York kind of setting, we get to see what a Max Payne remake is going to look like. Rest in peace, James McCaffrey. Honestly, you are amazing, and I don't know I don't know if they've already recorded the voices for the remakes. I don't know if they're going to have to get someone else now, but rest in peace, man. Honestly, his death hit me hard. That was quite recent, so I'm glad I waited till now to make this video. Everything about this game, even the supporting cast, like we get to see Alan's wife again, and she's fucking fantastic. We get to see new characters like Warland Daw, and he's just stupendous. And I want to find out more about that character, because I think in playing this game, I've only just scratched the surface. I want to go through the game again and find everything. Speaking of which, when you get to the end of the game the first time, that's not the true ending. No, they save that for New Game Plus. So then you can play New Game Plus and there's all this extra stuff in the game. Trust me, I can't emphasize enough how much I love this game. You want a horror game? You got it. You want a game that's going to surprise you with musical sequences? You bloody got it. You got a game where you're not going to have the slightest idea of where it's going and how it's going to end? You have got it. Alan Wake 2 is Remedy's best best game to date. By far, by a freaking country mile. Well done, Remedy. Number 3. That takes us to number 2. And as of today, my pick for the second best game of 2023 is Final Fantasy 16. Now this takes everything I adored about Final Fantasy 15 with the more focused action kind of combat, and it turns it up to 11. You want to fight against Ifrit while playing as another summon? You bloody got it. You want a deep story about brotherhood and another unpredictable story just like Alan Wake 2. Massive set pieces. Yes, a little bit of quiet time in between some of the bigger sections in the game when you're kind of doing the equivalent of side quests. But that didn't put me off too much. Do I think it's a better game than Final Fantasy 15, which those of you who know my channel know is my favorite, if we're not allowed to include the remake, favorite Final Fantasy game? That's a tough one. Probably not. I probably still prefer Final Fantasy 15 just a teeny tiny bit. But please do not let that deter you from playing Final Fantasy 16 if you've not already played it. Because a lot of people hated Final Fantasy 15, so what do I do? The story is great, the music is fantastic, the set pieces are amazing. 1 minute I was laughing, then I was crying, then I was laughing again, then I was laughing, crying, which is kind of doing both at the same time. You know, like when you take a dump and you urinate at the same time. I'm sure there's a word for that. Look that up, Bertram. I want to know what that's called.
But what's called?
When you urinate and take a dump at the exact same time.
Multitasking?
Yes, I suppose it could be called that, yes, but look up, I'm sure it's got an actual term. You look it up while I talk about the number 1. So yes, Final Fantasy 16, my pick for number 2, second best game of 2023. Absolutely amazing. And that takes us, and if you know me, you know my channel, this is not going to surprise you in the slightest. My pick for number 1 best game of the year is Baldur's Gate. I'm just kidding. Baldur's Gate 3 is not on my list because fuck Baldur's Gate 3. That's all I'm going to say about it. So, my number 1 game of 2023 is Marvel's Spider-Man 2. Oh my freaking god. Talk about not knowing where a story is going to go. Who was going to be Venom? When was Venom going to turn up? Was the Green Goblin going to be in the game? Was he not going to be in the game? What other villains were going to be in the game? What gets set up for DLC? What direction is Spider-Man 3 going to go in? Trust me, you play this game and you're going to know all of that. And let me just say, as someone who very rarely plays side quests, some of the side quests in this game are bloody essential. Absolutely essential. 2 come to mind that I think you've got to bloody play. One of which had me freaking crying my eyes out, which is probably the side quest lots of people are talking about, so I don't have to mention that one again. But oh my god, the ability to play as both Peter and Miles, fantastic, new suits for both of them, all the villains, Norman Osborn's great in this game, Harry is absolutely freaking fantastic, Kraven, oh my god, what a great villain, the other villains who I won't spoil that turn up, oh, this game is, pardon the cliche I'm about to use. Why did I say use like that? That was weird the way I said use there. I might cut that out. No, I'll just leave it. I always leave it. I never edit my mistakes out. Yes, pardon the cliche I'm about to use. But this game is the true definition of an emotional roller coaster. And what else can I tell you about the game? It looks fantastic, it plays fantastic. I've played through it 4 times already, even though we don't have New Game Plus yet. So every single time I start the game again, I have to get all the upgrades again and all that stuff. Haven't regretted a single second of it. Not one bad thing I could say about this game. Not one. That's why it's my #1 favorite, bestest, greatest game of 2023. So, if you enjoyed that little video of ours, dear viewers, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. And like I said, if you disagree with any of my picks, put your own picks in the comments below and we can have a discussion about it. But remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye. What did I tell you, Bertram, about picking your ass?
What?
Never mind. Never mind. Rule on 2024, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Hi-Fi Rush on the PlayStation 5. So, dear viewer, if you don't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, Hi-Fi Rush originally released in 2023 as a Xbox exclusive. My apologies, I mean Xbox. Must have something on my mind. But that's not the version I'm reviewing today. No, sir. Today I am reviewing the recently released PlayStation 5 version of Hi-Fi Rush, which I am glad to report is the same amazing game it was on the Xbox. Oh, I'm sorry, did you come here expecting me to give this game a negative review? Well, sadly, I hate to disappoint you, dear viewers. No, this game is quite remarkable. And let's talk about why. So, story. We play as Chai, whose surname, sadly, is not Latte. Anyway, Chai wants to be a rock star, and somehow ends up with a music player fused into his chest because of reasons. So he is declared a defect and hunted down by the dreaded corporation. So it's up to Chai to team up with a colorful cast of characters and beat 7 shades of shite out of the corporation. But what's that I hear you say, dear viewers? What kind of game is Hi-Fi Rush? Well, I'm so glad you asked. This is an action game with music rhythm elements. By that I mean it's basically a hack and slash game a la Bayonetta or Devil May Cry, but instead of just attacking enemies randomly, swinging your sword around like a complete barbarian, in this game you'll have to coordinate your attacks to the beat of the music. And if that all sounds complicated, it really isn't. There is an option in the menu where you can make the game a lot easier, more forgiving in terms of the music rhythm sections and the beats of the music and all that other hoopla. So if you have absolutely no rhythm like I do, you can still play this game and enjoy the ever-living beep out of it. So, what are you going to be doing in this game? I'm so glad you asked. Basically, you're going to be making your way through stages, doing some light platforming, hacking and slashing through enemies, collecting power-ups, buying upgrades, talking to other characters, listening to humorous conversations. Oh yes, this game is quite amusing. Not as funny as me, but then again, nothing is these days. And of course, you'll be listening to the game's soundtrack, which again, I am happy to report is quite splendid. And if you're listening to this review as opposed to actually watching it, Though why anyone would want to do that is besides me. This game has an absolutely fantastic art style. It looks like a comic book meets manga. Not dirty manga, you understand? Not anything with nudity or anything like that. Disappointingly. But no, the game is very colorful, very vibrant, lots of fun. And that's probably the best description I could give for the entire game. The story, lots of fun. The combat, lots of fun. The platforming, lots of fun. The visuals, haha, you guessed it, lots of fun. So do I recommend this game? You bet your third nipple I do. Therefore, I declare that Hi-Fi Rush on the PlayStation 5 is splendid. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my very in-depth review for Hi-Fi Rush. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Homebody. So dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. Homebody was released in 2023, and this is a time loop survival horror puzzle game thingy from those talented YouTube bastards, Game Grumps. Now, I think they previously made a video game, something to do with daddies and dreams, Dream Daddy or something, but I've not had the pleasure of playing that game. But I have played Homebody, so what did I think of it? Well, haha, let's find out together, shall we? So, story. We play as Emily, who has gathered with her college buddies at a remote rental house to watch a meteor shower or some such nonsense. But little do they know that very soon a killer will be stalking each of them, and this killer has nefarious intentions. Now, there's a lot more to the story than that. There's themes of depression, OCD, anxiety, but if I was to go into all of that, this review would be over an hour long, because I could probably talk about each of those issues and my personal experiences with them forever. Literally forever. I could sit here, hit record, and talk about it for 10 hours. I could talk about anxiety, I could talk about depression, but no one wants to hear about that in a video game review. All I can say is the themes that are explored in this game are explored fantastically. And while I don't think the overall story is really anything to do with the fact that these college buddies are being picked off by a masked killer, so much as it is about exploring Emily's anxiety and OCD and the fact... What was I saying? It's gone clean right out of my head. Oh well. Oh yes, the story for Homebody. The story is absolutely fantastic. And like I hinted at the beginning, there is a time loop element to this game, which I'm not going to spoil for you here. If you want to know what that's all about, go and play the bloody game for yourself and you'll find out. So, gameplay. You'll be controlling Emily, and as Emily, you will explore the remote house you've all decided to shack up in for the weekend, evading the killer, talking to your friends, and solving puzzles. And each of these puzzles will not only let you progress a little bit further in the game, but they'll also reveal kind of, sort of, not really, what's actually going on in this game. Now, if you're not a fan of puzzle games, have no fear. I myself used a walkthrough for this very playthrough, and though I'm 60% ashamed to admit that, after having played the game in its entirety and getting 100% of the trophies for the game, boy am I glad that I did, because I can imagine I might still be playing the game and I might be getting rather annoyed with it. But the game does give you enough information that you can solve all of the puzzles competently. Maybe not efficiently, but competently. I like that word, competently. Haha. So what else can I tell you about the game? Well, it's a very retro-looking game. Looks like something out of the PS2 era, which is not a bad thing, might I add. Sadly, there is no voice acting. I like a bit of voice acting in my video games. If you're gonna kill someone in front of me, I at least want to hear the bastard scream or something. Come to think of it, that makes me sound like a little bit of a sicko. Almost like I'm the kind of person who would stalk college people around the house while wearing a mask. Let's move on. So, what did I think of the game? I must admit that for being a game all about a killer stalking you in a house, I found this game to be rather relaxing. There's no combat, there's no gunplay, there's no moral choices, though you can have conversations with your college buddies before they are ultimately slaughtered, of course. There isn't really much of a deep-seated mystery at the heart of the game. It's not so much a whodunit as it is a why the hell is all this shit happening, and how could it possibly happen to me at the worst possible moment? Sorry. But this is a very good little horror game, even though it isn't particularly scary. Like I said, it's more focused on themes of anxiety and depression and OCD, and personally, I think that's incredibly interesting. So, I'm going to give Homebody a 7 out of 10. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My totally not improvised review for Homebody. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. My name is Joey, and I'm obsessed with video games. And today, I'm going to tell you how not to succeed on YouTube. Now, this is usually the part where I remind everyone to like the video and subscribe to the channel. But I'm not going to do that in this video, because that's number one. If you do not wish to succeed on YouTube, make sure that you remind everyone at the start of the video to like the video and subscribe, because I guarantee no one will listen to you. Maybe one person will, maybe two people will. That's if anyone actually clicks on your video in the first place. So that's number one. If you don't want to succeed on YouTube, ask people to like and subscribe. Secondly, if you don't want to succeed on YouTube, make sure your intro isn't the shortest intro in the world. So for example, you might want to start the video with something like, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / fucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for bloody blah game. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video. So, how are we today, Bertram?
I'm fine.
Yes, good. Let's see if we can keep this bit going for as long as possible, because we do not wish to succeed on YouTube. And one guaranteed way that it will ensure we do not succeed on YouTube is not to get to the bloody point of the video as bloody quickly as possible. So instead, we're going to put some random comedy in here at this part, in the hopes that we annoy people enough that they'll just click off the video and not even watch the whole video for the purpose of the video. So for example, if this is a game review, people have come here to hear me review the game, and instead I'm bombarding them with my comedy. This is a guaranteed way to ensure that we do not succeed on YouTube. I think you get my point. So several things happened in that little bit I did there. So one, absolutely, if you do not want to succeed on YouTube, do not have a quirky lead character or personality. Secondly, don't give him a British accent. Thirdly, don't give him an annoying voice. Or should I say, sorry, I've completely forgot the reason for this video. Absolutely, if you do not wish to succeed on YouTube, do have a quirky lead character. And do have him have a British accent. And do have him have a quirky sidekick with an even more annoying voice than your lead personality, or your lead character, should I say. If you do not wish to succeed on YouTube, make sure you do these things. Now, trust me, I've had a YouTube channel for 4 years now, and it's failing miserably. So I think I'm well equipped to tell all you people out there who do not want to succeed on YouTube how to do that successfully. Which reminds me of another. Excuse me a minute, I need to take my medication. Oh, there's another one. If you do not wish to succeed on YouTube, don't overshare with your viewers. No, do overshare with your viewers. If you don't want to succeed on YouTube, make sure you overshare as much as possible. So this can be a combination of telling them about your toilet habits, that you have to take your medication, tell them everything that's wrong with your life, pass all your personal grievances on to your viewers. Make sure you do that, and I guarantee you will not succeed on YouTube. But seriously though, I do need to take my medication. So, next, if you do not wish to succeed on YouTube, become a gaming YouTuber. Because this arena is so oversaturated that in picking to be a gaming YouTuber, which I suggest that you do to ensure you don't succeed, you're going to have so much competition that it's pretty much going to guarantee that your mission to not succeed on YouTube is going to be very successful. Next, to ensure that you don't succeed on YouTube, make sure that when you do your videos, you do not use a webcam. Because people love seeing you in the flesh, apparently, which is part of a lot of channel successes, especially if you're an attractive guy, or an attractive girl, or an attractive non-binary person, or an attractive transgender individual. These people will succeed on YouTube. If you're like me, and you're particularly detestable to look at, and OCG as well, unfortunately, OCG's not the best looking chap in the world, and neither is Bertram. So what we do to ensure that we don't succeed on YouTube is we use these animated portraits of ourselves. So for example, there's one of me, there's one of OCG, and there's one with OCG and Bertram at the same time. Rather remarkable what you can do with artwork these days. So ensure that when you do live streams, and probably when you do reviews, that you put that character portrait in the corner. Don't be tempted to use a webcam, because if you use a webcam, you may succeed on YouTube. Also, if you are going to use a webcam, ensure that you are fully covered up. Because if you're fully covered up, that will guarantee you will not succeed on YouTube. Okay? Trust me, I know this. In the past, I've been very tempted. I gave in to temptation, and I did have a webcam. And I ensured that when I had that webcam on, that I was fully covered up. Because it's important that viewers not over-sexualize you. Because if they over-sexualize you, your channel may succeed. You may get a lot of subscribers coming back. Particularly if you are half-dressed. You know, when you have the webcam on. If if you're watching this video, I'm assuming you don't want to succeed on YouTube, so... pardon me. Also, these mistakes, like... clearing your throat and all that, make sure you don't edit them out of your videos. That's another way to guarantee you won't succeed on YouTube. And don't be funny. That's very important. Very important to succeed on YouTube. You cannot be funny. Now, what you can be is think that you're funny. And bombard your viewers with that. Because they'll hate that. And you won't succeed if you do that. So, make sure you do that. So you can... You've got two choices here. One, don't be funny. Do not be funny. And secondly, think you're funny. Or think you're funny. Thirdly, ramble in your videos like I'm doing right now. Very important to not succeed. Ramble in your videos. And keep the videos going for as long as possible. So this video's been going for about 9 minutes now. And I've literally talked about nothing but shit for about 9 minutes. This is good to ensure you won't succeed on YouTube. Most people will have clicked off by this point, and that's what you're aiming for if you're watching this video on how not to succeed on YouTube. So what was I talking about? That's another important one. Forget what you were talking about. This is really good because it really annoys people. And for added measure, maybe bring back in the annoying lead personality. You know, the British guy, bring him back in. Throw in a couple of bits, have him talk for maybe about 15, 16, 17 minutes, something like that. Oh, you'll be guaranteed to get people to click off the video. Throw in the other guy as well.
Whatever guy?
That guy.
Oh, me?
Yes, throw him in as well. Guaranteed to piss off your viewers. Another way to guarantee you will not succeed on YouTube is if someone leaves a comment on one of your videos telling you what's wrong with what you're doing. So using phrases like, if you want your channel to grow, don't do this, don't do that. Completely ignore that. And just keep doing what you're doing. Because obviously if you're here watching this, you don't want to succeed on YouTube. So if anyone gives you any advice, ignore it. Stick to your guns. Okay? Because you won't succeed if you stick to your guns. Stick to your guns. Very important. So if someone says, ditch the annoying British guy, absolutely do not do that. Do not do that. Because remember, you're trying not to succeed on YouTube. If they tell you to ditch the annoying sidekick character, the one who sounds like Kermit the Frog, don't do that either. Do not do that. So let's see. Let's try and recap. So 1, be a gaming YouTuber because you won't succeed if you do that. 2, live stream constantly because you won't succeed if you do that. 3, be funny or think you're funny and bombard your viewers with it because you won't succeed if you do that. 4, have a quirky, character. Don't be yourself is what I'm saying. That's it. Do not be yourself, even if you are quirky. Make sure you are not yourself. Be someone else. Because that will guarantee you will not succeed. Have a quirky sidekick. Have other characters if you want, Guarantee, just to ensure you will not succeed. Throw in as much as you can. Keep your intros very long. Don't get to the point quickly. So if it's a game review you're doing, make sure you fill that review with comedy to try to stand out from other YouTubers who are maybe, I don't want to use the word dull, boring, mainstream. I don't really want to use these words, but I've just used them. You definitely want to try and differentiate yourself from being them, because that will guarantee you will not succeed. There's one thing people seem to hate on YouTube is being quirky, being niche, being different. People absolutely loathe that. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, but Joey, all these tutorial videos tell you to have a niche and all that. Well, take my word for it. I've had a niche for 4 years, and my channel was failing miserably. So, I used to complain about it, but I think it's best to just embrace it and just say, yeah, my aim is not to succeed on YouTube. What else? What else did I do? Yes, overshare. Make sure you tell people about your toilet habits and that you're taking medication. If you're having a personal family dispute or an argument with your partner, if you have a partner, bring that in as well. That's great material to guarantee you will not succeed on YouTube. Don't use a webcam. That's another good way to not succeed. But if you are going to use a webcam, make sure you are fully covered up. Do not over-sexualize yourself in any way, shape, or form. Because people love that. Love it. And you may find yourself getting hundreds of thousands of subscribers because, you know, you're half-dressed or whatever. So to guarantee you will not succeed, make sure you are fully covered up. Head to toe. Wear a mask if you want. Yeah, I think we've covered quite a lot on this little tutorial on how not to succeed on YouTube. So, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna get back to not succeeding on YouTube, and I hope this video was very helpful. Usually at the end of the video, I would tell you to remember to like and subscribe, but I'm not gonna do that this time because it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So, and also, one or two people might be tempted to like and subscribe. So, that kind of defeats the purpose of trying not to succeed on YouTube. So, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say, adios, bella lugosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and in this video I'm going to tell you how to succeed on YouTube without even trying. So there you are. Before I do that, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So I see you sitting at home, you've just downed your 25th beer of the day, or you pulled your trousers back up because you're finished masturbating or whatever, and you've got an idea in your head. You want to start a YouTube channel. Well, I'm here to tell you how you can be a success on YouTube without even trying. Number 1, if you're a girl. That's all I need to say about that. Number 2, if you're an attractive girl. That's all I have to say about that. Number 3, if you're an attractive girl who just so happens to be an ex-porn star. That's all I'm going to say about that. Number 4, if you're an attractive girl who just so happens to be a porn star who still does pornography from time to time, or has an OnlyFans, or is a cam girl when she's not streaming on YouTube. That's all I have to say about that. Number 5, if you're a boy who used to do pornography and is fairly attractive. Number 6, if you're a lovable idiot. And by lovable idiot, what do I mean by that? Well, I mean someone who might stream horror games and might react very, very over the top, but you might say to yourself, oh, I mean, they're annoying as all hell, but boy are they cute. That kind of lovable idiot. Now, I promised myself I wasn't going to name any particular channels in this video, and I'm not going to. You can make up your own mind to who I'm talking about in each of these reasons on how you can be a success on YouTube. What number were we at? I've completely forgotten now. Oh, who cares? Let's abandon the numbers and just give the bloody reasons. You can also expect to succeed on YouTube if you stream garbage like Fortnite, Call of Duty Online, and if you happen to be particularly good at either of those garbage games. You can also expect to be a success if you, oh I don't know, get caught masturbating in a live stream, constantly beg for money in your live streams, constantly tell people how much of a victim you are, constantly bitch about how unengaged people are in your streams when you've gone to all the trouble of purchasing a particular game to play for their behalf. And yes, all those reasons I just said there did relate to one particular person. You can also expect to be a success if you agree what every other bloody YouTuber says. For example, a big video game comes out. Universally, it seems to be not liked very much. So every single one of the big popular YouTubers jumps on the bloody bandwagon, and they all have to agree with each other. You're willing to do that? Then you might just so be a success on YouTube. Oh, and I should have said at the start of this video, I am a gaming YouTuber. So most of these things I'm talking about relate to gaming YouTubers, but a few of them are probably applicable to, I don't know, people who review movies, that kind of malarkey. You can also expect to be a success on YouTube if you get a sponsorship from some bullshit company that sells energy powder or makeup or a VPN or makes its own custom-made sex dolls or whatever. You can also expect to be a success on YouTube if you have your tongue planted firmly up Bethesda's arse, or From Software's arse, or CD Projekt Red's arse, or Capcom's arse. You can also expect to be a success on YouTube if you talk constantly about PC fucking specifications when you're reviewing a particular game, especially if you refer to crap like frame rate and anti-aliasing and ray tracing and all that other garbage. You can also expect to be a successful gaming YouTuber if you spend most of your video explaining the bloody mechanics as opposed to whether you actually enjoyed the game or not. You can also expect to be a successful YouTuber if you've been on the platform for longer than Tom fucking Holland has been alive. You can also expect to be a successful YouTuber if you list any of the following games as your quote-unquote favorite game of all time: Skyrim, Fallout 4, The Witcher 3, Silent Hill 2, Arkham City, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I could say others, but those are the main ones that are coming to mind at the moment. Now this reason probably goes back to the first couple that I said, you know, the first couple of reasons that are probably going to get me the most amount of hate on this video. Well, we might as well continue this hate train. If you're a kind of dickhead who likes to shout into his webcam, you'll probably be successful on YouTube. If you're the kind of dickhead who not only shouts into his webcam, but has two other people that agree with your opinion, and you now all review movies together, you're probably going to be one of the most successful people on YouTube. Reason number 125. If you're a girl. Yes, I know it was the very first reason I gave back at the start of the video, but it's a fucking fact. So I've given you a lot of reasons for how you can be a successful YouTuber. Let me give you now a couple of other reasons on how you cannot be a successful YouTuber. You can be my channel, which is fronted by probably one of, if not the funniest people on YouTube. It has content coming out of the wazoo. There's a live stream every single bloody day. The channel actually exists to entertain you as opposed to just bombard you with facts about video games. You'll get an actual opinion on this channel that's not affected by whether the publisher invited you to their studios and made you play the game for 3 days while they keep you sweet by throwing sushi and call girls at you every 5 minutes. If you have an actual niche that most other YouTube channels do not have. If you have something unique to offer. That way, you will not succeed on YouTube. So if you'll excuse me, ladies and gents, I'm going to get back to not succeeding on YouTube. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. And if any of you dickheads out there have a problem with this video, I'm going to give you the response that I gave my mother when she came in to confront me about why I blocked the toilet with Action Man figures. It's just a joke. Calm down. Pull your pants on. No one wants to see your muff ruffling in the wind. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for Immortality. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video. Now, Immortality released recently for the PlayStation 5, but this game first released in 2022, I believe.
Then why is it taking you until now to play it, OCG?
Well, that's because it released for the PC in 2022. And as you know, Bertram, gaming on a PC causes me to develop an unsightly rash on my hands, not too dissimilar to the stigmata.
Oh, that's strange.
But true.
Really?
No, not really. Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering. I'm so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bastard.
Oh, wonderful alliteration.
Haha, thank you, Bertram. Anyway, Immortality is one of those interactive movie game things made by the same crazy bastard who made the games Telling Lies, Her Story, and Silent Hill Shattered Memories.
Oh, and does this crazy bastard have a name?
Haha, he has both a first and a second name.
Yes, and it is?
Well, you see, the thing is, I can't say his name. Doing so causes me to develop an unsightly rash on my hands, not too dissimilar to the stigmata.
Oh, that's strange.
Haha, but true.
Really?
No, not really. Haha. So, story. The narrative concerns a beautiful young actress called Marissa Marcel, who made 3 films before vanishing into thin air. We have to watch clips from those 3 films, as well as behind-the-scenes footage, and piece the whole thing together to find out just what the hell has befallen Miss Marcel.
Oh, I love a good mystery.
Haha, as do I. Do you also enjoy a good soft-core pornography horror film as well, Bertram?
Yes. Why?
Well, then you are in for a bloody treat, sir. Immortality is full of boobies, simulated lovemaking, cursing, and violence.
Oh, yay!
In fact, it might be one of the most explicit FMV games I have ever played with myself. I mean, played.
Ha ha!
Shut up, Bertram. So, gameplay. Now, like I said, you'll be watching film clips and clicking on certain people or objects within said clips that will take you to another clip. Now, it sounds confusing, but it's really not. Play the damn thing for yourselves and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And yes, I highly recommend that you play this game. It's so well written, acted, and executed. And let's not forget about the boobies and the sexy scenes.
Oh, that always makes a game better.
Indeed. But this game also has a fantastic mystery at its heart. And to solve said mystery, you'll not only have to find every single movie clip, but you'll also have to find hidden footage that can only be found by doing something. I won't spoil it here, but trust me, it's worth it. Now this is by far one of the best interactive movie game things I have ever played. Therefore, I declare that Immortality is splendid. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My very in-depth review for Immortality. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram. Boobies.
Mature, Bertram. Mature. Like a dragon, infinite wealth, which I will simply refer to as Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, from this point onwards, was released on the 25th of January this year. A day I remember fondly as the day I...
played Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth?
Yes! How did you know?
Call it a lucky guess.
Ah, well in that case, bravo, Bertram, you beautiful bastard.
Oh, thank you.
Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering, I'm so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bastard.
Oh, wonderful alliteration.
Haha, thank you, Bertram. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is the latest in the long-running Yakuza series of video games. A series that comprises 17 main entries, as well as 77 spin-off games.
I think you're exaggerating.
Haha, I am. How the hell did you know?
Call it a lucky guess.
Well, in that case, well done, Bertram, you bastards.
Oh, thank you.
Infinite Wealth is actually the 9th mainline entry in the Yakuza series, and a direct sequel to Yakuza Like a Dragon and Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. But how does Infinite Wealth compare to those two games? Well, excuse me if I blow my load.
Not on the carpet. I just cleaned that.
I didn't mean literally, Bertram.
Oh.
Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is bloody amazing. Now, let me tell you why. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Bucktotem Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, gameplay. Just like Yakuza Like a Dragon, this is a turn-based RPG, which might sound boring, but it's really not. The combat is ridiculous, with characters doing silly things like spraying enemies with fire, or throwing grenades, or knocking them into the path of a giant shark. I'm serious. Like an RPG, each member of your party has a certain class, and Kiryu himself has multiple fighting styles you can switch between. There are also characters you can summon in to attack enemies on your behalf. Now, if it sounds ridiculous, that's because it is. But boy, oh boy, is it not more fun than putting the DualShock controller against your crotch when it vibrates.
Ah, which is a hobby of yours, isn't it, OCG?
Shut up, Bertram. Now, what else can I tell you about the gameplay? Well, you'll explore Hawaii, a first for the series, as well as Kamurocho, getting into fights, doing silly side quests like delivering fast food, and playing mini-games, including a parody of Pokemon.
Oh, I hate Pokemon.
As do I, Bertram, as do I. But, maybe don't say that too loud. I'm trying to get through one review this year without receiving death threats in my comments section. So, what else? The music is amazing, especially during the boss fights, of which there are many, including one against a giant killer shark. I'm serious. Graphics are amazing, gameplay is amazing, I'm amazing. I mean, the Yakuza series is amazing, but what do I think of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth? Well, I'm so glad you asked, dear viewers.
I didn't hear anything.
Shut up, Bertram. Infinite Wealth is fantastic. The story has more twists and turns than a bloody roller coaster. There's a lot of emotional scenes which had me reaching for the hankies in a non-dirty way. And the new characters introduced here might be some of my favorites of the entire series. Now, if I had one teeny tiny complaint, it would be that the game often forces you to do side quests, which are nowhere near as engaging as the main story, but That's a very small fly in what is otherwise an amazing soup. Therefore, I'm going to score Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth a 9.5. 0.5. 0.5. 0.5. 0.5. 0.5. 0.5. 0.5 out of 10. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My review for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
So, story. We play as both Kazuma Kiryu and Ichiban Kasuga, as they try to find a missing woman who may or may not be Kasuga's mother, as well as stopping a cult from taking over the world or something. I mean, that's not really their intentions, but they're evil, and you have to kick their asses. Now, obviously, there's more to the story than that, but I'll let you discover that by playing the game yourselves, which I highly recommend you do right bloody now. Well, not now, because you're watching this review, but the second this review is over, go and buy the game.
What if I need the toilet?
Fine, you can watch the review, use the toilet, then buy the game.
What if they already own the game?
Then they know how amazing the game is already.
What if they own the game, but haven't played it yet?
Oh, well then they can... Shut up, Bertram. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Kroot, the Mythic Wings. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video. Now, Kroot, the Mythic Wings originally released in 2022. A year I remember fondly as the year I absolutely did not make love to a bird of prey. It was simply a chap dressed up as a bird of prey, which of course isn't the same thing. Now, this video game is based on a 2018 CGI movie, which I myself have not seen. And as we all know, video games based on movies don't have the best reputation, so how is Kroot the Mythic Wings? Well, first of all, let's talk about the story. We play as Kroot, a kind of bird creature thing who must go round 6 levels, defeating 6 bosses, collecting 6 power-ups, so that he can fight the final boss and kick his ass. And it's just occurred to me I've sort of spoiled the gameplay. So basically this is a side-scrolling platformer, described as a hack and slash game, but basically you have 2 moves, a light attack, a heavy attack, you can dodge, and as a special attack you can unleash, in which you can fly above the sky and shoot projectiles at enemies, like the bastard bird of prey that you are. So you essentially be going from left to right, killing enemies and making your way through the stages. And there is 12, that's right, 12, not 11, but 12 bosses in total. Because in every single stage, roughly at the halfway point through the stage, you will encounter a mini-boss. And you must kill this mini-boss to progress on with the rest of the stage. So far, so very simple. Did I like this game?
He was fine. Oh, I'm sorry, were you expecting me to say more than that? It was perfectly fine. I can't come up with another word except to say fine. This game is fine. If you pick it up cheap enough, you'll have a fine enough time with it. Maybe if you've seen the movie, you'll get a little bit more out of this game than I did. But yes, it's a fine side-scrolling platformer thing, and if you are quite happy with a fine side-scrolling platform thing, then you might want to pick this up for yourself. Therefore, I declare that Kroot, the Mythic Wings, is fine. Bertram, do you think I said the word fine far too many times in this review? What? No, I can't hear you, Bertram. Take the ball gag out. Oh, never mind. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my review for Kroot, the Mythic Wings. Ow. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant, Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our review for The Last Faith. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. The Last Faith was released a few weeks ago for the PPC, the Nintendo Switcheroo, the Sexbox, and of course my beloved PlayStation consoles. Daddy loves his PlayStation consoles, doesn't he? Haha, doesn't he?
You're weird.
Shut up, Bertram. Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering. I am so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bear-like bastard.
Oh, wonderful alliteration.
I don't know what that means. Anyway, The Last Faith is a gothic Metroidvania, heavily inspired by both the Castlevania games and a little-known PlayStation 4 game by the name of Bloodborne.
But everyone knows about that game.
I was being sarcastic, Bertram.
I don't know what that means.
Shut up, Bertram. So, story. Step into The Last Faith's ravaged and untidy world as Eric. That's E-R-Y-K, not E-R-I-C. Eric awakens with no recollection of his immediate past. What did he do last night? Why is there bottles of booze everywhere? And who the hell is that elderly woman in his bed? Soon, Eric will be on a cursed mission that puts him in the path of ancient religions and pretty messed up chaps and chapettes.
Could you say that again in English?
Basically, you have amnesia, and you head off to find out who or what you are. Now, to do that, you'll talk to more weirdos than you would encounter at Tim Burton's birthday party. Explore locations darker and more sinister than the bloody Amityville house, and kill more enemies than Sylvester Stallone does on his lunch break. Now, speaking of killing enemies, that leads us very nicely into gameplay. So,
Like I already said, dear viewers, this is a Metroidvania, heavily inspired by games like Bloodborne. Now that means not only will you have to explore a very large map, figuring out how to progress, but you'll also have a pretty tricky time while doing so. Actually, tricky isn't the word I'd use. No. Fucking hard is the word I'd use to describe this game.
That's 2 words.
Shut up, Bertram. Now, if you've ever played a Souls game, you know the deal here, dear viewers. Overcome difficult enemies and bosses. If you die, you lose all your quote-unquote souls and have to recover them without dying, lest you lose all those precious souls you spent the last 4 hours racking up and throw your controller out of the window, killing a poor old man who just so happened to be walking past at that exact moment.
Oh, poor Herbert.
Yes. Yes. I hear that the Undertaker was finally able to pry the PlayStation controller out of his skull.
Oh, well, that's good.
Not really. Now they need to fill the gaping hole.
Polyfiller?
No. I think they just decided to put a hat on him. Cheaper that way.
What kind of hats?
Well, I have no bloody idea. Anyway, so what did I think of The Last Faith? Well, I'm so glad you asked, dear viewer. Now, I not only finished this game in about 35 hours, but I also obtained all 3 endings. And fought all 20 of the game's bosses, including 2 secret bosses tied to side quests, and the true final boss. So what do you think? Did I like this game? Well?
Oh, I'm sorry, were you asking me?
Obviously.
Oh, well, yes. I'd say you did like this game.
And you would be correct, Bertram. The music, the gothic aesthetic, the epic boss battles, the tough but fair difficulty, the attractiveness of the main character, the fact I had drool coming out of my mouth for 34 of the 35 hours I spent playing this game. The Last Faith is a contender for the best Metroidvania game of 2023. Oh, and I'll give that some thought while on the toilet.
What?
I knew I should have went before starting this review. Therefore, I declare that The Last Faith is splendid.
You know, OCG, I think people like it when you give a game a score out of 10.
Oh, fine. Therefore, I declare that The Last Faith is an 8.8, 0.4, 0.8, 0.5. Point must go to the toilet right bloody now before I explode in my underpads. Out of 10. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our review for The Last Faith. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. My name is Joey, and I'm obsessed with video games, and today we're going to review Lords of Exile. So, if you don't mind, chaps and chapettes, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like this video and all that fun stuff. So, this review isn't scripted, so you'll have to forgive me if I ramble a little bit, but I'm going to try and be as brief as I can be. So, Lords of Exile, released on Valentine's Day. Ooh la la. And this is one of those oh so popular retro looking games where basically games developers are trying to recapture the magic of the late 1980s and early 1990s with varying degrees of success. We have games like Shovel Knight, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2, and so on and so forth. But how does Lords of Exile compare to those particular games? Well, this game is heavily influenced by Castlevania, most specifically the very early Castlevania games. Though personally I think Lords of Exile has more in common with Castlevania Rondo of Blood than it does with the original Castlevania. In fact, there's a couple of sequences in this game that are pretty much beat for beat lifted from Rondo of Blood, including a sequence where our character is on a coach. Sadly, he isn't attacked by death like in Rondo of Blood, but never mind. Another thing that this game shares in common with Rondo of Blood is there is an unlockable second character who is a female. And just like Rondo of Blood, the female character in this game is actually the best character to play as. So I have played through the game twice now. First time obviously with the main character whose name eludes me. And the second playthrough with the female character, which you unlock by finishing the game for the first time. And the game is far easier with the second character. Far easier. So much so that I probably got through the game in half the time on the second playthrough than the first. So ordinarily this is the point where I would tell you about the story, where I would go into details about the gameplay, but to be honest there's not really a lot to say about the story. This is very much a retro game, and as you might recall, retro games were not known for their branching narratives or deep character arcs or Shakespearean dialogue. But essentially what you're going to be doing in the gameplay department is moving through stages, very much like Castlevania stages, fighting enemies, fighting bosses, collecting health pickups, collecting MP, which will let you use certain quote-unquote magic attacks. Essentially, if you played Castlevania, you know exactly what to expect here. When I say Castlevania, I mean early Castlevania, not when it became a Metroidvania, you know, like Symphony of the Night or anything like that. Thankfully, this isn't a Metroidvania, because frankly, I've played so many Metroidvanias in the last couple of months that I am actually sick to death of them. And I think if I have to play another Metroidvania in the next 6 months or so, I'll probably scream, which isn't a good idea because the soundproofing in my place isn't the best. So I told you this isn't scripted, so I'm rambling. What else can I tell you about the game? If you like that retro aesthetic, you know, 8-bit graphics like the original Nintendo, that kind of thing, then you're gonna love this. If you enjoy good soundtracks to video games, you are going to absolutely adore this, because the soundtrack for this is magnificent, to say the least. Really good soundtrack. And for me, the games with the best soundtracks are the games where you hum along with the level theme or whatever as you're going through the level. It's that catchy. And I think I can't think of a single level in this game that didn't have a good music track to go along with it. Oh, and another thing, and thankfully, unlike a lot of the early Nintendo games, this game isn't uber difficult, though it does become quite tricky, particularly in the last 2 levels. And I think I spent over an hour on the final boss in my first playthrough. Second playthrough, not quite as long as that, but still died a couple of times. Oh, and the bosses in this game are fantastic. You see a few of them in the trailer for the game. So, and I always recommend watch the trailer for the game before purchasing the game, because that's the only way you're going to know if it's going to be your cup of tea or not. Of course, I show mostly trailer footage in my reviews, so if you like the look of the game from what you're seeing here, then by all means buy it. It's on PlayStation Store. I think it's on Xbox. Could be on the Nintendo Switch. I haven't checked. I haven't played my Nintendo Switch in quite some time. But yeah, this is a great little throwback game. Very much inspired by Castlevania. Particularly Rondo of Blood, like I said. So if you like Rondo of Blood, you like Castlevania, you like the early Nintendo games, by all means, give this a go. If I had to score it, I'm going to say an 8. Solid 8 out of 10. That score may change when I replay the game, but I had a great time with it. Other than, you know, a couple of annoyances, which is mostly my fault, in the last 2 stages where I got my ass handed to me. Not literally, of course, but anyway, I think I've been rambling on for long enough, so that's my review. Lords of Exile, solid little game, and if you've enjoyed this, don't forget to give me a thumbs up, and remember, always stay obsessed with gaming. Adios, Bela Lugosi.
Now to another controversial opinion of mine. In my opinion, Assassin's Creed Unity is, and still is, pardon me, Assassin's Creed Unity is, and still is, oh my god, it's doing it again. Someone clearly doesn't want me to say this opinion of mine. Damn you, Assassin's Creed fanboys. Anyway, Assassin's Creed Unity is my favorite Assassin's Creed game of all time. And it features my favorite lead character in an Assassin's Creed game, that being Arno. And, coincidentally, it also features my favorite female character in an Assassin's Creed game, that being Elise. And what do you know? Arno and Elise are a couple. Ergo, that means they're my favorite couple in all of the Assassin's Creed games. In fact, they might be the only couple in all the Assassin's Creed games. No, apart from those 2 in Assassin's Creed Origins. Then they annoy the life out of me, so we're not counting them. So, Arno and Elise, who meet as children, grow up together, but then end up in complete opposite sides. Arno being an assassin, and Elise being a Templar. And we get to see all the complications that come with that. Now, all joking aside, seriously, every single one of their scenes in this game is absolutely fantastic. And it culminates in a scene that, well, it had me reaching for the hankies in a non-dirty way. And I'm probably going to show you that scene right now. So, enjoy, dear viewers. And if you haven't already, go and play Assassin's Creed Unity. It's incredibly underrated, and these characters are incredibly underrated.
So, this game is incredibly underrated?
Yes, Bertram, this game is indeed. Anyway, that's enough of that. Just play the bloody video. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Some of my own personal picks for video games' greatest love stories / couples. If you enjoyed this little video of ours, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram. Oh, wait, you did buy ready meals from Marks and Spencer's.
Yes, but I didn't buy them for today. You think I'd waste the money on Valentine's Day? Perish the thought.
Bastards.
What was that?
Nothing.
Now we come to Cloud and Aerith, one of the sweetest couples in video game history. And for those of you that are stupidly going to say, oh, but the love story is actually between Cloud and Tifa, I'm going to tell you that you must have the same disease as Stevie Wonder, because from where I'm sitting and where I'm looking, my eyesight is not bad. The love story is obviously between Cloud and Aerith and has always been. And I won't hear anything telling me otherwise.
But Cloud and Tifa...
No, Bertram, I said I will not hear otherwise. So, Cloud and Aerith have not only some of the sweetest scenes in the original Final Fantasy VII, but these scenes are even better in Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I'm sure we'll get to see more of those kind of scenes in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, though having Zack in Rebirth is probably going to complicate matters slightly.
Remind me again, who is Zack?
Oh, yes. So, in the original Final Fantasy VII, Zack was Aerith's first boyfriend. And of course, with what happens to Zack, you know, getting shot full of holes by Shinra troops and, well, dying, Aerith then in rebound phase, or maybe not so, moves on to Cloud, who, personally for me, is the better choice, because frankly, Cloud looks amazing as a man and dressed up as a woman, and that's the perfect choice of partner, in my opinion, because he can rock both worlds, can't he? He can be masculine when you want, he can be feminine when you want, you know. Let's stop talking about that now. So, Cloud and Aerith, very sweet little couple. Aerith tries to sell Cloud a flower in the slums. Then Cloud falls through a bloody church roof. He even gets to meet Aerith's mother, and so on and so forth. And like these other choices, dear viewers, I'm not going to ramble on and ruin what I think of their little romance. I'm going to show you instead. So, here's a scene of Cloud and Aerith. And don't worry, they both keep their clothes on in this scene, so good times. Roll the video. On you go, Bertram, roll the video.
Oh, sorry.
So, let's face it, Final Fantasy VIII is not only probably not the favorite Final Fantasy game among its fans, though for the longest time it was indeed my favorite Final Fantasy game, but this game is pretty much 80% a love story. Between who, you might be asking? Well, I'm so glad you asked, dear viewer. Between Squall and Renoa, of course. Now we get to see their love story play out from the moment they meet each other at the dance, graduation, ball, thingamajig, all the way up until the heartfelt ending where they share their first... Well, I won't spoil it for you, but that's the scene I'm going to show you at the end of this part, so I could spoil it. But it's probably better if you watch the scene I'm going to show you, then you'll see what I'm talking about. Understand?
No, not really.
Well, tough. There's so many moments between Squall and Renoa. Squall starting off as very stoic, very unemotional, but gradually through the events of Final Fantasy VIII, we start to see their relationship blossom until it becomes completely obvious round about the 3-disc mark, you know, when Squall goes into outer space to save Renoa, and are sitting on that weird spaceship, and she's sitting on his lap, and the love scene plays, and oh, I'm going to start to cry. Anyway, absolutely fantastic couple. Absolutely fantastic love story in video games, and this is probably the best romance in any Final Fantasy game.
Actually, I think I prefer the...
Bertram, this is probably the best love story in any Final Fantasy game.
I can see why you would think that, but... Ow!
So, like Bertram was just saying, this is indeed the best love story in a Final Fantasy game. Now, I'm going to show you the scene I was talking about before. You know, the scene where they share their first... You know, our Final Fantasy X. Not my favorite Final Fantasy game. Probably not even in the top 5 or the top 7. But what it does have is a fabulously sweet little love story between Tidus and Yuna. And in fact, they have 2 of probably the best scenes in any Final Fantasy game. Those being their underwater love scene, which comes roughly about halfway through the game, and of course the ending, which I'm going to show you in a minute or so I won't spoil what that's about. Though, since I'm showing you the ending, it's spoilers. I don't know why I said it like that. Something's happening with my voice today. I don't know what it is. Maybe too much talking. Actually, I sound like someone. Who do I sound like? That guy from Reservoir Dogs, I think. No, I sound like someone else. Like an alien. Like an alien with a gravelly voice. Yes. Anyway, what was I saying? Completely forgotten. Oh yes, Tidus and Yuna. The ending. Oh, get the hankies, dear viewers.
Why? Are they going to be master...
No, Bertram, they're not going to be doing that. They're going to be crying.
Oh!
And yes, before anyone comes at me, I know they have some of the dumbest scenes in the whole game, Tidus and Yuna, especially that stupid fake laugh scene. But apart from that, this is a very charming little love story, and in fact is one of the best in video games, according to yours truly.
And who's that?
Well, me, of course.
Oh!
Just cue the bloody ending, Bertram.
Okie dokie.
Oh, and I should have said, spoilers. And please remember, this is my picks for the top couple/love scenes in video games. If you have a problem with what I've chosen, then put your own bloody picks down below. That's what a comment section's for you idiots to criticize me and put your own selections, so make sure you do that. Oh, and this list will be presented in no particular order. I like all these couples and all these love scenes pretty much the same. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, joined once again by my faithful manservant / Factotum Bertram. Say hello, Bertram.
Hello, Bertram.
And this is our top love scenes / romantic couples from video games, because today, if you didn't know, is Valentine's Day.
Yes, I did notice that I didn't get a card, I didn't get any flowers, and I didn't notice any ready meals from Marks and Spencer's in the fridge.
Shut up, Bertram. So, before me and Bertram get into a lover's tiff, let's get on with the list, because that's what you're here for, isn't it?
I thought they came to listen to me and you bicker as normal.
Oh no, Bertram. I don't think people like it when we bicker.
Correction, I don't think people like us, full stop.
Well, I can't really argue with you there, Bertram. Anyway, let's get on with the bloody list thing. Now, while The Last of Us does not feature a love story in the cliché sense, though there are some hints that Joel and Tess might be something of a couple.
Actually, I think they were more friends with benefits.
Shut up, Bertram. We are here to talk about love, not friends with benefits. Though, I imagine being friends with benefits could lead to love at some point. But that's neither here nor there. What was I talking about? Oh yes, The Last of Us. Well, The Last of Us does not feature a love story in the conventional sense. It does feature plenty of a different kind of love. That's being the love between a father and his daughter. A daughter and her father. A father and his son. A son and his father. I think you're getting the point. Obviously, the strongest connection in The Last of Us is between Bill and his No, actually, it's between Joel and Ellie, of course. And there's so many scenes I could point out where we get to see their father-daughter type relationship blossom. But at the risk of making far too many jokes at Joe and Ellie's expense, which I absolutely do not want to do because those of you who know me personally, or 1.5 of you...
1.5?
Yes, Bertram. Our neighbor is a paraplegic, is he not? So, half.
Oh, and who's the one?
Well, you obviously, you idiot.
Oh, yeah. Continue.
So yes, for the 1.5 of you who know me personally, will know that The Last of Us is, depending on what day you ask me, my favorite video game of all time. So instead of me ruining that by making jokes and all my usual bullshit, let me just show you one of my favorite scenes between Joe and Ellie, which I think shows their bond remarkably. Enjoy. Bertram, pass me a Malteser, won't you? Ada Wong and Leon S. Kennedy, who met all the way back in the original Resident Evil 2. Who knew that all these years later, in every new installment of the Resident Evil franchise starring Leon and Ada, us fanboys would be begging to see the two of them flirt with each other and see what they've got to say to each other, and of course maybe we'll get to see a kiss or a gratuitous love-making scene.
I don't think anyone's asking for that.
What? But I am. Anyway, Leon and Ada are a superbly charming little couple who have that kind of Fox and Mulder will they or won't they energy.
So what do you think, OCG? Have they or haven't they?
Oh, I think they have. Probably about 1,277 times at this point. So we got to see the start of their relationship in Resident Evil 2, and it was continued further in Resident Evil 4. Then, in my opinion, it came to its absolute climax. Pardon the use of the word climax here. I'm using it in the non-dirty sense. In Resident Evil 6, which, controversially, is still my favorite in the franchise, and it's here we got to see the most flirtatious scenes, the most little hints that Leon and Ada clearly have very deep feelings for each other. And instead of me telling you all about it, why don't I show you one of my favorite Ada and Leon scenes? Enjoy! Bertram, put your penis away. Uncharted 4. My favorite video game of all time. Depending on what day you ask me. Whether it's a Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
What's your other favorite game?
Last of Us, of course.
Oh, yeah!
Now, not only is Uncharted 4 one of my favorite video games of all time, but the series itself is absolutely one of my favorite video game series of all time. In fact, a little bit of trivia for you, Uncharted 3 used to be my favorite game of all time.
You don't say!
I do say, Bertram. But anyway, we're not here to talk about the series as a whole. We're here to talk about one of my favorite video game couples of all time, which is, of course, Nathan Drake and Elena, who are together through every single Uncharted game. So they meet in the first one. She's a camera woman, journalist type, there to document Drake's, finds and adventures. Then in Uncharted 2, well, she's not in most of the game because Drake is kind of with Chloe, that sexy Australian, New Zealand one. I could never figure out her accent. You ever notice, Bertram, how a New Zealand accent sounds kind of similar to an Australian accent?
Can't say I ever have.
Well, I have, and it is quite similar. Any Australians and New Zealanders out there, please don't hate me for saying that. I'm just pointing out something that is clearly a fact. It's clearly factual. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that. Drake and Elena. So yes, they eventually get together again in Uncharted 2. They have a little bit of a falling out and get together again in Uncharted 3. Then in Uncharted 4, they're married, which is splendid. And that's the scene I'm going to show you right now, dear viewers. The awesome... Oh, wait a minute, it's playing just now. Well, maybe I'll rewind it a bit and show you the whole thing with the sounds, put the bells and whistles on it. Enjoy. Enjoy. Why are you not playing the video version?
Because you said it was already playing.
Yes, I know, but I want you to put it back and play it with sound so that our dear viewers can hear it.
Oh, okie dokie. OCG, why is there a dead alien on the toilet?
Dead alien on the Oh, you're talking about Steven.
Uh-huh. And is Steven a dead alien that's sitting on our toilet?
No. Steven is a cosplayer, Bertram. A cosplayer. So he's not an actual alien, he just looks like one.
How can you look like an alien without actually being one?
Because, Bertram, it's a costume. Like when people get dressed up for Halloween and all that, they go out, they go door to door and all that jazz, and they sing songs and play pranks, tell jokes and all that kind of stuff, and then they get given candy. It's kind of like that.
Oh, so he's a trick-or-treater.
No, he's not a trick-or-treater. He's a cosplayer. It means he goes to gaming conventions and all that. Dresses up and you can win prizes and all that shit.
Oh, then if he's a cosplayer, what character is he supposed to be?
Bertram, when he turned up at the door, I thought that myself. I really thought he doesn't look recognizable from any video game franchise. He's not anything from Mass Effect, he's not anything from Alien Isolation, he's not anything from Proteus, the game we're playing right now, he's not anything from Doom or anything. I have absolutely no bloody idea. Anyway, he turns up at the door and he basically asked to use the toilet, so I said, yes! Before I knew... He had already gone into the bathroom, locked the door, sat down on the toilet, and died.
Oh, it's as simple as that, is it?
Oh, yes. It's absolutely as simple as that, Bertram. He went into the toilet, locked the door, sat on the toilet, and died.
But the door wasn't locked.
Ah, yes. Well, maybe he didn't lock the door. Maybe he just went into the toilet, sat down on the toilet, and then died.
Okay. And what about the, knife sticking out of his back?
Oh, you noticed that, did you?
Uh-huh.
Oh, funny story. Yes, I didn't recognize him at first because of, the costume. But it turns out that this Stephen once had an affair with my 5th wife back in the day.
Oh! Now I understand. You murdered him.
No, Bertram, I did not murder him. I have absolutely no idea where that knife came from.
And the fact that your initials are engraved on said knife?
Oh. Well, what's probably happened is I left that knife in the bathroom, because I was chopping up vegetables while sitting on the toilet, and Steve, dressed up as an alien, then went into the toilet, sat down on the toilet, and the knife must have been positioned perfectly behind him, so that when he sat down, the knife came into contact with his body and stabbed him in the back. Make sense?
Not really.
Well, tough. It's the best explanation you're going to get. Now, will that be all, Bertram? Can I get back to the game now?
Oh, fine. Get back to prod my ass.
No, it's not called prod my ass, Bertram. It's called Prodius.
Oh, OCG.
Yes, Bertram.
No, this game really reminds me of House of the Dead.
I wonder why, Bertram.
Because it is House of the Dead?
No, Bertram.
I don't know, OCG. This sure looks a lot like House of the Dead. Are you absolutely sure this is not House of the Dead?
Yes, Bertram, I am absolutely, positively, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, absolutely certain this is not House of the Dead. It just looks like House of the Dead, but crapper.
Oh! So what we're saying is this isn't House of the...
Yes, Bertram, what we are saying is this is not Yankee Doodle Dandy House of the Dead.
I never said it was Yankee Doodle Dandy House of the Dead. What I said was...
I'm aware of what you said, Bertram. Now can we please just get back to playing the bloody game? Because the sooner we get back to playing it, the sooner we'll be finished playing it. And then I can go and find a very large piece of rope in which to hang myself.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my review for Railbreak. So, dear viewer, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. Now, Railbreak came out at the tail end of last year, and this is the latest game from Dead Drop Studios. Now, you might never have heard of them, so I'll give you a little brief synopsis of their work to date. It has all been absolutely and utterly fucking garbage. Now, if you think that's a bit harsh, OCG, oh buddy, oh fellow, well then I'll ask you to go and play their games for yourself. Let's see. Now, in 2020, they made a game called Dino Break, which was probably my least favorite game of the whole year. Just imagine Dino Crisis, but by a team of monkeys, who don't actually own any computer equipment, so instead make a video game out of their own excrement. That's kinda what Dino Break was like. Now, prior to that, they made Outbreak. They seem to be obsessed with the word break, Outbreak, Dino Break, Rail Break, and the Outbreak games are like the Resident Evil games, if they were made by a team of monkeys who didn't have any computer equipment. So instead of making the Resident Evil games out of computer equipment, they used their own excrement. Safe to say, I haven't enjoyed their games very much. They all look terrible, the voice acting's absolutely appalling, the sound is... the stories are... well, what stories? The writing is... So, what makes Railbreak any different to their previous games, if indeed it is different to their previous games? Well, this is an on-rail shooter, and that's about the differences. Does it look awful? Yes. Does it sound awful? Yes. Is it as abysmal as their other games? No, probably not, but that's probably because I rather enjoy on-rail shooter games. Do I recommend you buy this game? Absolutely bloody not. Because if you buy this game, you're giving this developer more money to make more terrible fucking video games that I'm going to have to download and play because I might get views from doing so. And frankly, I'm sick of talking about this company and using words like awful, incompetent, monkeys, excrement, break. So I'll finish the review with the description of the game on Steam, which the developers described the game as themselves. So, mature content description. The developers describe the content like this. Railbreak is a realistic... The zombies in this game, by the way. And there's dinosaurs on the main menu screen, for whatever reason. Railbreak is a realistic, violent, and gory on-rails first-person shooter. The player will use firearms in an on-rail shooter and explosives to destroy and dismember undead enemies. Enemies will show gore and blood, as they usually do when they're being shot or blown up. Enemies... This amused me more than it had any right to. The final thing it says is, enemies will bite the player.
And let me know when you're ready to move.
like I said, that amused me more than it had any right to. Enemies will bite the player.
Just like old times, like Green Arrow.
Don't buy this game. Just don't bother. Oh, I'm going to go lie down. So, dear viewers, if you enjoyed this little review of mine, enemies will bite the player. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. I can't stop now. Just go and do something else. The review's done. Enemies will bite the player indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is my movie review for Resident Evil Apocalypse. So, dear viewer, if you wouldn't mind, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. Resident Evil Apocalypse was released in 2004, a year I remember fondly as the year I...
saw the movie Resident Evil Apocalypse for the first time?
Yes, how did you know, Bertram?
Call it a lucky guess.
Anyway, all of you commoners out there are probably wondering, I'm so glad you asked, Barry Burton, you beautiful bearded bastards.
Oh, wonderful alliteration as usual.
Well, thank you, Bertram. Resident Evil Apocalypse was the second in what would be 6 movies based on the Resident Evil franchise. And thankfully, unlike the original film, which had about as much in common with the original game as I have in common with Ryan Reynolds, Resident Evil Apocalypse has a lot more in common with the video games. But does that make it a better film than its predecessor?
Yes.
Let's find out, shall we?
But I already said it was.
Yes, but no one cares what you think, Bertram.
That's not true. Mila does.
Mila, as in Mila Jovovich.
Yeah?
How the hell do you know what? Never mind. Let's just get on with the bloody review. So, this film once again stars Mila Jovovich, the human equivalent of Viagra, as Alice, who this time teams up with Jill Valentine and Carlos teams up with Jill Valentine and Carlos to escape Raccoon City, all the while contending with the dreaded Umbrella Corporation and Nemesis.
Nemesis? As in...
The very same ugly bastard from Resident Evil 3, and Operation Raccoon City, and countless other games.
A face only a mother could love.
Well, a blind mother perhaps. Anyway, story.
But didn't you just recap the story?
Shit. Haha, so I did. So, are there any other Easter eggs or characters from the video games in this movie? Well, I'm so glad you asked, dear viewers.
I didn't hear anything.
Shut up, Bertram. Well, let's see. The zombies, zombie dogs, members of the Ashford family make an appearance. But why they didn't just make them Sherry and William Birkin is beyond me. For those of you who don't know, the Ashfords are a large part of Resident Evil Code Veronica. Ooh! And the big hit with the ladies, the infamous liquor enemy type, is also in this film. So what do I think of Resident Evil Apocalypse? Well, Alice looks amazing. Jill looks amazing. The nods to the Resident Evil games are very welcome. There's some nice action, and it's bloody ridiculous. Alice has a fist fight with Nemesis, for God's sake. But it's a great popcorn movie. And before you ask, Bertram, I don't mean that the movie is literally made from popcorn.
Oh.
Now this came out in a time when we had cheesy, over-the-top action movies coming out of our rear ends, all of which starred gorgeous females like Underworld, Aeon Flux, Van Helsing, and Resident Evil Apocalypse is no different. This movie feels the closest to the games out of any of these live-action movies. Well, apart from Welcome to Raccoon City, of course. And that's why it has always been my favorite of the Mila Jovovich movies. Will it continue to be my favorite now that I'm going back through the series? Well, I guess we'll just have to watch the next movie, and the one after that, and the one after that, and then the one after that. And we shall find out what my favorite of these movies are. Therefore, I declare that Resident Evil Apocalypse is splendid. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my movie review for Resident Evil Apocalypse. If you enjoyed this little review of mine, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then feel free to give me a thumbs down. But please remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.
Right, so returning to this part where you were going to tell me that you knew Mila Jovovich. Now, is that actually true? Or is this like that time you said that there was a garden gnome living in our toilet?
You know, this game is so good that if I ever have children, I'm going to name the first one Orlok. I just really like that name. But I will name the second one Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Well, it's not the worst name I've ever heard for a child.
Oh, absolutely. That honor goes to the name Satan. Or Paul. Which isn't particularly offensive. I just really dislike the name Paul. Who's this weirdo?
Well, tell me, Bertram, did you play Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII by any chance?
No.
Then you have no bloody idea who she is.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. My name is Joey, and I'm obsessed with video games. And today, we're going to review the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo. It's just a demo. Sadly, I've not been able to play the full game yet. I wish. So this isn't scripted, this is just my unedited thoughts. I've literally just finished the demo. So what did I think? Oh my god, it was amazing. Basically, the demo lets you play through the Nibelheim flashback from the original game. Well, I say the flash, it lets you play probably 90% of the flashback. It stops just when I didn't want it to. I was actually on stream and I said, please don't end, please don't end, please don't end, and it did. And I imagine there's a reason for that, because they'll probably change something about the end of that flashback. For those of you who played the original game, it pretty much ends, you know, Sephiroth becomes the bad guy, burns the village down. There's some amazing stuff added in there that isn't in the original, to do with Cloud's mother and to do with the mayor, and the villagers and all that kind of stuff, and it's amazing. And then you get that iconic shot of Sephiroth walking through the fire, and that's where the demo ends. Part of me thought, oh, it's going to let us do the next part, which is when they go to the reactor and Cloud confronts Sephiroth and Sephiroth goes into Genova's chamber and you get that great bit. But maybe they've changed something about that section that they don't want to give away. Or they just simply thought, we're giving you an hour and a half, so that's enough. Now, apparently, at the very end of the demo, it tells you there's another demo coming, which is going to let you play in Junon, and that's going to be done via an update. I don't know when that's going to be, but you can bet your ass I'm going to be playing it and then giving my thoughts on it. And there's also a trailer at the end of the demo, which, oh, this game just looks so good. Right, so, focusing on the demo, I'm going to try and give some concise thoughts. What did I think? The music. I'm going to start with the music. Now, I adore the soundtrack for what they did with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Final Fantasy VII probably has the most iconic soundtrack of any Final Fantasy game. And what they did with the music in Final Fantasy VII Remake was stupendous. And that continues here. There's little nods, you know, to certain character theme tunes. Like there's one moment where the Genova theme kind of subtly comes in, and it's just so good. And it's hard to describe unless you're really musically minded. But every single note of music goes with the action on screen, basically. And even there's a boss fight where the temptation would be just to use the same theme over and over and over and over and over for the duration of the boss fight, like in the original Final Fantasy VII, where it's basically just one melody and it kind of repeats. But it changes with each phase that the boss goes through. The music gets more and more dramatic, and that was something that was in Final Fantasy VII Remake as well. So the music is absolutely top-notch. The gameplay, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, is again freaking top-notch, more action-focused, which I actually prefer these days to the old turn-based system. So if you're really in love with turn-based combat, that isn't really here, but you probably knew that based on Final Fantasy VII Remake. There was an added puzzle that was put into this that I kind of figured out without even realizing I'd figured it out, which was quite nice. So I imagine the gameplay is going to get mixed up quite a lot. in Rebirth compared to Remake and to the original. Obviously, there's not much to say about the characters because this being the Nibelheim flashback, it basically focuses on Cloud, a younger Tifa, and Sephiroth. You do see Barret, Aerith, Red in the inn, because obviously in the original game, that's where this flashback takes place. They go to the inn, and Cloud tells a story, essentially. So you do see little glimpses of them, and they're great, just like in Remake. We get to play as Sephiroth, which is absolutely fantastic. It's amazing. And you get to play as him quite a bit if you want in this demo. It's not just one fight, you know, you can play as Sephiroth pretty much for, well, in combat. When you're navigating, you know, when you're running around, it's as Cloud. But in the fights, you can fight as Sephiroth as pretty much for near enough the whole demo. What else can I tell you? Visuals, absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You get to see the Shinra Mansion, and that looks epic. You get to see, you know, the reactor, and that looks amazing. The cutscenes are top notch, just like in Remake. Yeah, this demo was an hour and a half, and it was joyous. Joyous. If you want to hear someone's reaction to it, OCG is putting up the full demo today, so you can watch that and get his reactions to it.
I'm selling stuff you need to
yeah,
beat back the bad
absolutely
guys, buddy.
fantastic. I am so looking forward to this game, and I have a high expectation this will be my game of the year, and we're only in February, so I can see it now. Getting to December this year, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, #1 game of the year. But we shall see. The full, you know, can't judge till I play the full game. And the full game, for in case you've been living under a rock, releases on the 29th. So you can bet your ass I'll be playing it. You can bet your ass I'll be streaming it, and you can bet your ass I'll be reviewing it, or OCG will review it, or maybe we'll both review it, since it's a big game. So, there's my thoughts for the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. And stay obsessed with gaming. Bye, guys. So, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Let me give you a brief overview of what I think of this game before we begin our playthrough.
Oh, do you have to?
Yes, I do bloody have to. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Where to begin? This is the perfect follow-up to Remake. That's right, I said perfect. I didn't say good, or great, or 34 double D. I said perfect, because that's what this game is. Perfect visuals, perfect gameplay, perfect storytelling, perfect acting, perfect daffodils and foliage, if you're into that kind of thing. Every 30 minutes, it seems, there's something that makes me go, holy shit, better put this coffee down before I spill it on myself, because, holy shit. There's plot twists, many trysts, and limp wrists.
Because of the masturbating?
No, because of all the gaming.
Oh.
30 plus hours to be precise, depending on how much side stuff exploring, wowing you do. I could go on, but we better get on with the playthrough before Bertram is tempted to use a cat o' nine tails on me.
Oh, I didn't know we owned a cat o' nine tails.
Oh yes, Bertram. We own a vast collection of weird and wonderful items. Ha ha.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. My name is Joey, and I'm obsessed with video games. And this is my review for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So everyone, if you wouldn't mind, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, all that good stuff. So, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth released on the 28th of February, and I have literally not even within the last 5 minutes finished the game. And I should say this review is not scripted. This is just me letting all my feelings out, letting the words come out of my mouth, and hoping it all makes sense. And now, if you would like a more scripted approach to this game, then please put a comment down below and I'll take it under consideration, and maybe we can do that. Oh, and another thing, this review will contain, hopefully, no spoilers. I'm going to try my best. Like I said, it's not scripted, so I might mess up somewhere, but I'm going to try not to, because I think it's very important to go into this game with as little knowledge of the changes to the original game as possible. So hopefully you've stayed away from spoilers, you've stayed away from watching people play through the game if you haven't already yourself. I myself watched 2 of the trailers that were released, one of which I was kind of forced to watch because it played at the end of the demo. Apart from that, I pretty much stayed away from absolutely everything. If you want to know my history with the Final Fantasy series, the walkthrough I've done for Rebirth has an entire introduction that goes over it, talks about my favourite Final Fantasy games, talks about how I got into Final Fantasy, talks about all sorts of stuff. So if you want to hear all that, then you can go and watch that. This is exclusively me talking about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, my most anticipated game of the year, and having just finished it, wow, that I could just put that up as the review. Just say wow. This is by far one of the best video game experiences I have had in the last 15 years, 20 years, easily. This is on the level of, if not better than, Final Fantasy VII Remake. And just to give you some context, Final Fantasy VII Remake was my favourite Final Fantasy game of all time. So, to blow my load, so to speak, pardon the expression, if you enjoyed Final Fantasy VII Remake, if you enjoy Final Fantasy VII, you are going to absolutely love Rebirth. Now, it's going to be very hard to talk about this without going into spoilers, so I'm going to be as vague as possible. So, story picks up where Final Fantasy VII Remake left off, with our gang of, Cloud, Aerith, Tifa, Barret, Red 13, all deciding to go off, hunt down Sephiroth, who's the big bad, and put a stop to what he's up to. That's it. That's all you need to know about the story. In Rebirth, obviously, a lot of stuff happens. A lot of stuff happens that did not happen in the original section in Final Fantasy VII. I should say, for context, Remake and Rebirth make up only 1 disc of the original Final Fantasy VII. The original Final Fantasy VII was on 3 discs. Technically, only 2 of them, I would say, count, because the 3rd disc was essentially just the final dungeon and the final boss. That's what the 3rd disc was. So, for all intents and purposes, you could say this is a 2-disc game, and obviously the 2nd disc is shorter than the 1st disc. So, that makes sense why this remake is a trilogy. Doesn't need to be 4 games, it's a trilogy. And all in all, this game, although people have been saying it took them 50 hours to play through the story, it's not 50 hours. It took me about 35 hours all in to get through, and that was just literally doing the story. That wasn't doing any of the side stuff, of which there is an absolute crap ton of side content in this game. Crap ton. And a lot of that comes out of the fact that this, unlike Remake, is more of an open world game, which shouldn't surprise anyone who's played the original Final Fantasy VII. When the main characters leave Midgar, which is the big city you're in in Remake, that's when you end up in the open world anyway. So basically the best way I can describe Rebirth is take everything you love about the original Final Fantasy VII and times it by 1,000,000 easily, which sounds like an exaggeration, but it's not. Times it by 1,000,000. So if you thought the graphics for the original Final Fantasy VII were great, times it by 1,000,000. They're 1,000,000 times better in this. If you like the writing in the original Final Fantasy VII, times that by 1,000,000. The writing in Rebirth is absolutely fantastic. Rebirth obviously fully voiced, which the original Final Fantasy VII is not. But also, I could say, again, without getting into details, if you think you know everything that happens in Disc 1 of the original Final Fantasy VII, or should I say the rest of Disc 1, which is what Rebirth covers, think again, because there is so much. There was literally every half an hour something would happen and I would gasp, literally gasp and say, oh my god, what's happening, what's going on, where are they going now, where are they going to go with this, what's going to happen with that, are they going to explain this, are they going to explain that, oh my god, who is that? Literally every half an hour to an hour that would happen through it, and I play, like I said, this took me about 35 hours to get through. If you don't believe me, go and watch my full playthrough of the game. It's all there. You'll get to hear me laughing, you get to hear me crying a lot. I cried a lot at this, and not maybe for the obvious reasons you might think if you've played, you know, the original Final Fantasy VII, but there are just so many, you know, like I say, take everything in the original Final Fantasy VII and times it by 1,000,000. There are so many sequences in the original Final Fantasy VII that are like throwaway sequences that in Rebirth actually become some of the best parts of the whole game. And one I can talk about because it's in the original game and it's in Rebirth is, just to use it as a very simple example, is the boss fight with Palmer, which in the original is treated as a bit of a joke. You know, you're just fighting him, he's got some stupid gun and you're fighting him. Whereas in Rebirth, they've taken that and it's a much different boss fight. Not only that, but you actually fight him twice. And the second time is equally as thrilling as the first, if not more so. And that's all I'm going to say on that, because like I said, don't want to spoil anything for you, but I thought, well, who really cares about Palmer? So, I mean, I do. I mean, Palmer was great in this. Everyone was great in this. Yeah, it's very hard to talk about without giving anything away. Give me the third part right now. Right now. Oh, the music. I haven't spoken about the music. I can talk about the music. The music is absolutely fantastic. Taking the original themes, remixing them, doing new orchestrations, new versions, a lot of original stuff, some songs, I will say. A couple of songs in here, which I thought were amazing. One of which was played at the Game Awards this year, so if you caught that, then you'll know one of the songs you're going to hear in the game. Yeah, I mean, there's not a hell of a lot I can actually say about the game. If anyone has any questions, you can put it down below and I'll be happy to answer. Like I said, I wanted to keep the review non-spoiler, but if you want spoilers down below, you can ask away and I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Like I said, there's also a full playthrough of the game going to be on the channel if it's not already there, and you can check that out. Absolutely fantastic. If this is not my game of the year, I will be shocked. Nothing that I'm anticipating for the rest of the year I think is going to compare to this game. So that might be the fanboy in me speaking, but I don't think so. I don't think so. This was amazing, and if the third part is as good as this and remake or either or, then this will be the greatest video game trilogy of all time. Yes, even better than Mass Effect. I don't like Mass Effect, so sorry if you're a Mass Effect fan. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. My unscripted thoughts. Finished the game not even 5 minutes ago, like I said. Well, longer than 5 minutes ago now. I've been recording this review for the last 15 minutes, so last 20 minutes. Finished it 20 minutes ago. Please give us part 3 quicker than it took you to give us Rebirth. That's all I'm begging, Square Enix, please. Please, please, please. And yeah, there you go. You want a score? 10, obviously. Masterpiece. Absolutely. This game was... I can barely talk about it without gushing or going into specifics. Yeah. Shocking, surprising, hilariously funny, very emotional, at times very sad, at times very happy, lots of action, lots of set pieces, just top notch, absolutely amazing. So there you have it, my review for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. If you enjoyed this, please give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well, you can give me a thumbs down if you want. If you want to be one of those people. And stay obsessed with gaming. Catch you next time, chaps and chapettes.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and... Actually, OCG, I think I'll do the intro, maybe, for this one, if you don't mind. No. Take it away, you beautiful bastard. No, don't call me that. No. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. My name is Joey, and I'm obsessed with video games. And today, we're going to begin our full playthrough for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think you mean we're going to start our hilarious full game playthrough for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Put some welly into it, man. Fine, welcome to our hilarious full game playthrough for what he said. So I thought it would be quite fun before we actually get into the actual game itself. I'll just tell you a little bit about my history with Final Fantasy VII. Boring. No one asked you. So, like a lot of people, my very first Final Fantasy game was indeed Final Fantasy VII back in 1997. That's a long time ago. Yes, thank you. I think they get that. And actually, how I became aware of Final Fantasy VII was my dad, as he usually did on a Saturday, would take myself and my sister into town. And I think it was in the lead up to Christmas, we were in an electrical store called Dixon's. Now, you American chaps out there might not know what Dixon's is. It's just essentially, it was, I don't know if it still exists, I don't think it does. Just an electrical store where you would buy, you know, hoovers, toasters, toasty makers, televisions, kettles, you know, standard stuff. And they had a big screen where they would show game previews. And on this particular day, it was Final Fantasy VII. And there was like display cases for the game, and there was a crowd, a huge crowd gathered around this one employee for the store who was doing some kind of, I don't know if they were doing a talk on it or they were doing a presentation or whatever. Like I said, it was a long bloody time ago. But anyway, they were showing off the game. And from what I remember, they were telling people, you know, the game's over 100 hours long, and this is what you're gonna do, and that's what you're gonna do, and this is what you're gonna do. You don't remember, do you? Well, I don't remember exactly, but I do. The one thing I do remember them saying was, the game's probably gonna take you over 100 hours to play. And when I saw what they were showing off, I immediately was, yeah, I want that. I want that. So when it came to Christmas, I asked for it for Christmas. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's because I got my PlayStation after Christmas, I can't remember exactly, but I didn't get Final Fantasy VII. But I did get a game called Pandemonium 2. Now, do not ask how I remember it was Pandemonium 2, because I don't think anyone's heard of freaking Pandemonium, never mind Pandemonium 2. But anyway, I can still see the cover art. He looked like a jester, and she was a kind of
you know, sexy gal or something like that. Oh, I like the game already. Shut up. So, yeah, Pandemonium 2. So I played it. I don't remember anything about it. I clearly didn't like it. And back then, what you could do is, there was, in game stores, you could take your game, not trade it in and sell it, but you could trade it for another game. So, usually, they would, the store I went to, which I wish I could remember the name of, but I can't. Yeah, I wish I could remember the something soft. Game soft? Never mind. Anyway, it was something anyway. And it was pretty close by, 10-minute walk, 10-15 minute walk. So I would go, this is where I would go to get my games and do my trade-ins. So I took Pandemonium 2 to this particular store, and they gave games grades basically. And you could swap for the equivalent grade or below it. And you paid like £5. I'm sure it was £5. You pay £5 and you could swap it. So Pandemonium 2 was a grade A, as I recall, at that time, because it literally just come out. And there was a copy of Final Fantasy VII, also grade A, that someone had obviously traded in. And yeah, so I gave them my Pandemonium 2, paid £5, and I got Final Fantasy VII. And that's how I first played Final Fantasy VII. And I remember it was a Saturday afternoon, I took it home, and as soon as I took it home, I started playing it. And I can't remember if my sister was watching me play it. She would have been, well, it was 1997, so she would have been 9? I think she was about 9. But a funny thing would happen sometimes when I'd be playing a game where my dad would come into the room, or my dad and my mum, and they would end up standing there for like an agonizing length of time. I mean, too long. I didn't want them standing there watching me playing. You know, because some of the games I played were quite, you know, violent, and, you know, playing Resident Evil and Resident Evil 2 and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I remember them standing there, and it was the train sequence near the beginning of the game where Barrett is swearing constantly. Obviously on the PlayStation 1 version, it doesn't show you the swear words. It's just garbage. It's just gibberish it displays. And I'm laughing away at it, and for some reason I remember that. And I suppose you could say the rest is history. So back then, it would obviously take me a lot longer to get through video games than it does now. Because, I don't know, because we're just so, you know, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Makes sense, man. I'm trying to, right. But yeah, I would recall getting a Final Fantasy game and spending months on it. And that's all I would play, literally just trying to get through, grinding or leveling up, getting stuck, then having to go away and level up. And the funny thing with that is I struggled with Final Fantasy VII, but my sister wanted to play it, and when she sat down to play it, she soared through the bloody thing, no problem. And in fact, in my playthrough, I got stuck at one of the Genova bosses. One of the times that you fight Genova, I think it was on the ship, when they're going over to Costa del Sol. And I went to have a break or something, or have dinner, and my sister went in while I was eating my dinner and did the boss. This boss I'd got stuck at, which was baffling. And I remember she got to the final boss when she eventually played the game. And I had absolutely no problem with it whatsoever. I have no idea how that happened, because, you know, for anyone who's played the original Final Fantasy VII, with the first time they played it, I got stuck at that bastard for ages. And it was always the last phase of Sephiroth I got stuck at, the one-winged angel phase. So yeah, that was how it all started. And then of course after that I would go on to play Final Fantasy VIII, which became my favourite for a long time. Final Fantasy VIII was my favourite Final Fantasy game up until Final Fantasy 15 came out, which controversially, I've always had the controversial opinion that it's the best. If I'm not allowed to include the remake, 7 remake, Final Fantasy 15 is by far, to me, the best Final Fantasy game. That changed, obviously, when Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, because, you know, that is the best Final Fantasy game ever made, till today. So, I guess we're going to find out if Rebirth can compete, if it's better. I'm very intrigued to see what they're going to do. I'm intrigued to see what they're going to change. I have a video with my own theories and my own speculation as to what's going to happen.
Cloud and Barrett are going to enter into a civil partnership and get married at the Golden Saw. No, they are not. You keep saying that. That is not going to happen in the game. You might be eating your words in about 50 hours. Something tells me I'm not. So, that was a little brief introduction to how I got into Final Fantasy VII. If you haven't played Remake, I don't know why you're going to watch me play this, but if this is your first experience with the Remake trilogy, then welcome, and I hope you all enjoy the live stream. And I've been talking for far too long in this intro, so let's get on with the game, shall we? No, OCG, you need to hit the button to take us to the stream screen. No, the button below that one. Nope, the one above that one. That's it, that one. Yuffie was never my favorite side character in the original Final Fantasy VII. She wasn't even my second or third favorite. In all honesty, I preferred the bloody Shinra employee that sits on the train. The point I'm making is that Yuffie would never be my groupie.
Groupie?
'Twas the only word I could think of that rhymed with Yuffie.
How about roofie? As in, Yuffie, I would not roofie.
That's, something else entirely, Bertram. And I'm sure very, very illegal.
But isn't that how you met Mrs. OCG? Didn't you tell me that you put something in her drink and...
Ha ha ha! You joker, Bertram! He's joking, ladies and gentlemen. Aren't you, Bertram?
No. I mean, yes. You know, OCG, I've been wondering, whatever happened to your second wife?
Well, you see, Bertram, she had a rather unfortunate accident with a sword. Her head rolled for 45 feet. Isn't that remarkable?
Accident?
You know, accident. On purpose. Same thing, really. I love Barrett. Which is surprising, because Barrett is not someone I would befriend in real life. I'm not fond of his kind.
What do you mean, his kind?
Well, you know.
No, I don't know. I hope you're not going to say what I think you're going to say.
It's just... I'm not particularly fond of people who have gun arms.
Oh, you monster!
I know. I'm so ashamed.
I don't know you at all. Next, you'll be telling me you made love to my father at a screening of Weekend at Bernie's.
You're getting close to docking beta.
Well,
you fucking monster!
Oh, I love Miss Brianna White.
Who the hell is that?
She plays Aerith.
Oh.
And she really is Aerith. Not a middle-aged, fat, balding man at a Comic-Con dressed up as Aerith. Miss White, for me, is Aerith. Her relationship with Cloud in this game is so damn sweet, it might just give me diabetes. In fact, all of the relationships in this game are 10 times better than they were in the original. Cloud and Barrett, Cloud and Aerith, Cloud and Tifa, and of course, Cloud and Sephiroth. Ah, Sephiroth. Every single one of his scenes gives me a tingle I haven't felt since I accidentally got my DualShock 4 controller super glued to my crotch.
Accidentally?
Accidentally. On purpose. Same thing, really. I must admit, dear viewers. Seeing Cloud in a dress makes my underpants move in a way I haven't felt since I had a mouse living in there. Don't ask, Bertram. Just don't ask. Combat in this game is so damn good. It's faster than Superman in the sack and more fluid than a hermaphrodite's gender. Actually, no more talking. This is the greatest remake ever made, and I won't hear a word against it.
But didn't you...
Not one word.
But didn't you...
That's 3 words.
But...
That's 1 word. Humming doesn't count either. Don't swear at me, Bertram. Fine, fine. What did you want to say, Bertram?
Didn't you say this is a sequel and not a remake?
I did say that. Fine. This is the greatest sequel ever made, and I won't hear 1 word against it.
Better. 'Tis not true, but better.
What do you know, Bertram? Up until a few weeks ago, you thought sequel was the noise a bloody mouse makes. This DLC has magnificent boss fights, and let me just say, they are no pushovers.
You can't push them over? Is it because they're too heavy?
Well, for once, that's not as stupid as it sounds, Bertram. One of the bosses is a massive robot centipede thing, so yes, it is much too heavy to push over. Jesse, Biggs, Wedge, Tifa, and Barrett turn up in this DLC. And we also get to see Scarlet again. Now there's a woman I could happily stare at all day.
What the hell is this, OCG?
This is episode intermission.
And, episode intermission is...
DICK. I mean, DLC for Final Fantasy VII Remake, in which we play as Yuffie, a teenage mutant ninja not turtle who wants to break into Shinra HQ to steal a new, powerful form of... You know what, just keep watching and you'll find out what this is all about. Oh, I forgot about this part. This DLC takes my least favorite sequence from the original Final Fantasy VII, the Fort Condor part, and uses it here as a bloody minigame. I hate minigames.
Why? Did one have an affair with your wife?
No.
Mother?
No.
Father?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Bertram. Yuffie is rather annoying, but then again, I have always hated children. Oh, that reminds me. You can turn off the oven now, Bertram.
This doesn't look like a chicken.
That's because it's Noel from next door. I don't teach that little shit to call me an old bastard. Can you believe he was shouting that at me from his own garden?
I think he might have just been calling for his dog.
Dog?
Oh, bastard! That's his dog's name.
Oh, damn it. Quick, Bertram, close the oven door. We'll get rid of the body later.
Then what are we going to have for dinner?
Weren't you listening? I said we'll get rid of the body later.
Oh. Why can't we play this DLC on the PS4?
Because this DLC is exclusive to the PlayStation 5 version of Remake and released alongside it in June of 2021.
June 2021? Isn't that when you unsuccessfully tried to sue Sonic the Hedgehog for being, in your words, too bloody blue?
It was. Well remembered, Bertram.
Huh? An elephant never forgets.
But you're not an elephant. Though, I must admit you do have a massive trunk. This DLC takes place just after Cloud falls into the church and meets Aerith for the first time.
Ah, I was wondering why you were playing this just now, as opposed to waiting until we finish Remake. Who's this weirdo?
Did you play Dirge of Cerberus Final Fantasy VII by any chance?
No.
Well, then you have no bloody idea who he is. Ah, look, Final Fantasy VII's resident pervert, Don Corneo. A fat, disgusting, loathsome creature who auditions girls to be the next Mrs. Corneo.
Fat? Loathsome? That sounds like you, OCG.
Aha! Thank you, Bertram. What? Now, before someone accuses me of being a Final Fantasy VII fanboy...
You're a Final Fantasy VII fanboy.
Let me just say that prior to Final Fantasy XV's release, my favorite Final Fantasy game was in fact Final Fantasy VIII. So I'm not blinded by nostalgia, or the size of Sephiroth's sword, or Tifa's breasts, when I say that Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are my favorite Final Fantasy games to date.
Maybe it's time to do that Final Fantasy ranking video you've been talking about?
And maybe it's time you get me that coffee I have been waiting 13 bloody hours for. Did you know, Bertram, that this was my game of the year 2020?
I did, and frankly, I am shocked and horrified that it wasn't The Last of Us Part 2.
Well, that was my second favorite game of 2020. But it did win my award for Most Arousing Scene in a Video Game 2020.
And what scene was that?
Well, Joel's step scene, of course. Ha ha!
Oh, I see.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Obsessive Compulsive Gaming. I am the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, and this is our full hilarious playthrough for the Final Fantasy VII Remake, including its DLC starring that rather annoying ninja, Yuffie. So if you don't mind, dear viewers, don't you dare forget to subscribe to this channel and like this video. So, the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Let me give you a brief overview of what I think of this game before we begin our playthrough.
Oh, do you have to?
Yes, I bloody do have to. So, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Where do I even begin? Well, these characters have never been better. The voice acting is perfect. The changes to the story make me squeal harder than that time I was manhandled by a chimpanzee. Everything that made the original Final Fantasy VII great has been improved here in every conceivable way. The music, the writing, the set pieces, the boss fights, how amazing Cloud looks in a dress. I could go on. But we better get on with the playthrough before Bertram is tempted to use the cattle prod on me.
I didn't know we owned a cattle prod.
Oh yes, Bertram. We own a vast collection of weird and wonderful items.
Nothing in my belt will undo them.
Oh, this game is a bloody triumph.
And what about Rebirth? Is that too a bloody triumph?
Ha! You have no fucking idea.
Oh, it must be. You're swearing and everything.
Well, it does sound amusing with my accent.
And the secrets of the Batcave.
You mean fake accent?
Shut up, Bertram. I love Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge. They're so fleshed out in this game.
Fleshed out? Were they skeletons in the original game?
Shut up, Bertram. If I wasn't a raging whoopsie, I would definitely fall in love with someone like Jesse.
You do know these are characters in a video game, right?
Silence, Bertram. They are more real to me than Lara Croft or Bayonetta.
But they're also bloody video game characters.
Shut up, Bertram. Jesse has an actual backstory in this game. And while her relationship with Cloud is very High School Musical, it is very funny and endearing, and it makes Jesse's eventual fate all the more upsetting.
Oh my god, does she get eaten by Godzilla?
Eaten by... No, you idiot! Oh, the music in this game is like an orgasm for my ears. It uses a lot of themes from the original, but it's been completely reorchestrated, rewritten, and rearranged.
Oh, a lot of rees.
Ha! Shut up, Bertram, or I'll have revenge upon you. Did you enjoy that?
Oh, yes. Really good.
Should we re-record this section?
Oh, there's no need to redo it.
I guess there's no reason.
I'm going to watch Reanimator tonight.
Oh, good one.
No, I'm actually going to watch Reanimator tonight.
Oh, well, bully for you then. Nobuo Uematsu's music has never sounded better than it does in this bloody game. The soundtrack is so good. I play it when I'm writing, when I'm editing these videos, when I'm in the shower.
And, when you poo-poo?
Thank you, Bertram, for once again lowering the tone.
Whoops.
I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. The music is amazing. The only other Final Fantasy game that, for me, has a score as good as this is Final Fantasy 15.
But you've
yes,
proven your worth.
You cried at that one as well.
Yes, but
keep up the
wait a minute. How do you know that? You know very well I always play the Final Fantasy games alone.
Well, you told me.
I did not tell you. Wait, had I been drinking?
But you're always drinking.
Yes, 'tis a curse. Very well. You know my secret, Bertram. I cry at video games. A lot. But you must promise not to tell anyone.
But you already have told everyone in this video.
Oh. Damn it.
Is there any particular reason you're not wearing clothes while playing this game?
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That brings an end to tonight's sex show. I mean, live stream. Damn it, I always say that. If you've enjoyed this live stream, don't forget to give me a thumbs up. If you haven't enjoyed it, well then, feel free to give me a thumbs down. Don't forget to hit that bloody like, subscribe, bell button thingy. Feel free to share this video with everyone you know. But remember the single most important thing I always tell you, dear viewer, and that is to always stay obsessed with gaming. Say goodbye, Bertram.
Goodbye, Bertram.